never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Politicians are getting a little salty inside the chambers of Congress, as evidenced this week when Democrats laughed at House Republican Freedom Caucus leader Marjorie Taylor Greene during regular proceedings. It happened when a top Republican was making floor remarks about the debt ceiling. Democrats heckled him, even called him a liar. Then
the members are reminded to abide by decorum of the House.
Some Democrats even started shouting from their seats. This comes after Greene yelled liar at President Biden's State of the Union address earlier this year. South Carolina's governor signing into law a 6-week abortion ban effective immediately, but it's being challenged by abortion providers in the state. The president expressed optimism amid tense debt ceiling negotiations at the White House Thursday. He says there is one prime focus from both sides.
The outlines of what the budget will look like, not about default.
There remains uncertainty, though, as influential House GOP Freedom Caucus members are leaning on Speaker Kevin McCarthy to get tougher in talks. Democrats say their yes votes are no guarantee either, even if a deal emerges. Wall Street stayed modest with mixed results through Thursday. The Nasdaq gained big, adding 213 points off good AI company earnings. Expect a big travel surge for Memorial Day weekend as nearly 43 million Americans will be jamming up transport through the holiday. Correspondent Maggie Vespa from Chicago early Thursday.
Bit of a mixed bag of expectations for those traveling, but we'll start with the good news. Gas is down. Here in Chicago, it's at $4.79. The national average this morning, according to AAA, is $3.57.
Down more than $1 from Memorial Day weekend of last year, but rising a tad, up 4 cents since yesterday. And Barbie and Ken in a California jail cell? Believe it if you've seen the new trailer for Warner Brothers and Greta Gerwig's Barbie. This is USA News.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying when they really can't speak. She says her gums have been bleeding. Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore. Yep, New Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore is professionally designed to start healing gums from day one. Right. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore. Smile. Crest has you covered. Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger's parents were questioned about the death of a woman missing from Pennsylvania.
In May of 2022, Dana Smithers went missing after leaving a friend's house. Nearly a year later, her remains were found in Stroudsburg, a community in the Poconos about 30 minutes from Bryan Kohberger's home. Kohberger is the suspect in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. I'm Dave Collins.
Stormy Daniels says she regrets coming forward about an alleged affair with former President Trump. The porn actress told UK TV she fears Trump will get away with criminal charges tied to hush money payouts to hide an alleged affair ahead of the 2016 election. Daniels said it was pointless coming forward, claiming she is terrified of some Trump supporters who she says have harassed her and her family and even attacked her horse. The Justice Department's investigating New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez. News 4 New York reports officials want to know whether Menendez and his wife improperly accepted cash and gifts from the owner of a North Jersey halal meat business. The report said the business won a controversial exclusive contract to perform halal meat certification without any prior experience. Menendez has confirmed he's aware of the ongoing investigation. He's also launched a legal defense fund. South Carolina's governor signing into law a 6-week abortion ban effective immediately. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Just like that. That's the way we begin. I guess technically we'll call this our Memorial Day edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Obviously live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. This will indeed be our final episode as we enter the Memorial Day weekend. A weekend where we remember those who paid the ultimate price. It's not about veterans. They have their own weekend, but this is about those who have lost their lives fighting for, defending the freedoms that we retain in the United States of America. So welcome aboard. Hey, we'd like to hear some of the stories. If you'd like to share a family member, someone you'd like to remember, feel free to share it with us. Have some interesting things you might not be aware of in regards to Memorial Day. Some of the traditions, how it all got started. It wasn't even until the 1970s when Memorial Day became kind of an official national holiday. So we'll break some of that down. And obviously, it's also considered the unofficial start to summer. Kind of kicking off the summer travel season, millions of travelers. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if, maybe right now out there on the highways, some folks getting an early start. Trying to maybe beat the mad rush that'll be forthcoming. Come Friday afternoon, pack your patience on the highways, or for those headed to the airports. It's going to be very, very busy. Then, of course, how about the travelers' weather? Well, tonight, once again, it's mostly the western half of the country where you might run into some delays due to rain, thunderstorms, again, for like the third consecutive night. That same area, eastern New Mexico, the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region, yet another bout of torrential rains. We have night after night. It's been all week long as frontal systems just pretty much parked over that region. Lots of rain up in eastern portions of Montana, eastern Wyoming, some lighter showers, and spotty showers through parts of maybe Nevada, New Mexico, Utah. Elsewhere, eastern half of the country, we are high and dry, partly cloudy outside our secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. Temperatures in the middle 50s. A bit of a chill in the air tonight. Much of Michigan is under frost advisories or freeze warnings. Believe it or not, freeze warnings for northern portions of lower Michigan. Frost advisories for pretty much all of northern Pennsylvania, much of New York, and on up into New England tonight. Looking off the coast of the Carolinas and Florida, we see the precip that's been kind of parked out there off the eastern seaboard as forecasters have been monitoring this area all week long. It seems like they're having a difficult time getting a handle on when this thing's actually going to develop some circulation. They tell us, indeed, it will at some point through the upcoming Memorial Day weekend. Will it become a named storm? Possibly. I'm thinking it's getting less likely because time is going to be running out for this thing to actually begin spinning up. But we're going to be talking increased winds and more concentrated area of showers, thunderstorms. The worst conditions will occur in the zone where that circulation spirals onshore, which is expected in the swath from Georgia to the Carolinas. Some of the thunderstorms that unfold may be packing some strong winds, even spin up maybe a water spout near the coastal areas. If it were to garner a name, Arlene, the first name in the 2023 Atlantic hurricane season. Now, concerns over the weekend with the duration of the winds pushing water toward the land, some coastal flooding, beach erosion likely. Frequent, strong rip currents will be in the offing as well, especially from southeastern Virginia to the Carolinas and Georgia. On into the weekend, the worst coastal flooding would be at times of high tide. Tides in general may be 1 to 2 feet above the norm. Could see some locally higher numbers. It's looking like Friday night to Saturday evening may be the worst period of the holiday weekend along the Georgia and Carolina coasts. This is when it appears the center of the storm is going to begin slowly moving inland. Winds ranging 30 to 50 miles per hour will be buffeting the eastern parts of the Carolinas. Could see gusts approaching 60 miles at times along the beaches, so we could see some sporadic power outages. As the storm moves along Saturday into Sunday, expect rainy conditions to move inland over the Carolinas, Georgia, southern Virginia. Temperatures probably not going to be any better than the 60s with the clouds and the rain. A general soaking, 1 to as much as 4 inches of rain will fall on the Carolinas. Heaviest amounts look to occur in the coastal areas of both states. Rainfall could approach 8 inches in some areas. Now, we've got big weekend racing, of course, coming up here. Charlotte Motor Speedway for the big NASCAR event on Sunday. It looks like spectators need to prepare for rainy conditions Sunday. The scheduled 600-mile Sunday night race may experience rain delays. It could be a shortened race. It could possibly be postponed. Now, showers are probably still going to be sticking around. We could see additional delays on Memorial Day, Monday, in the event that the rain postpones the race. Meanwhile, further north, over the northeast, there's a dome of dry air. That's going to be the determining factor to the extent of rain maybe Sunday and on Monday. It's likely the northward advance of the rain is going to stall somewhere probably in northern Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, southern New Jersey later this weekend. You'll still have cool breezes, water temperatures in the upper 50s to mid-60s. Not the best conditions for the beach goers this weekend. All right, if the storm does not stall in the southeast, then the weather's going to improve over much of Florida and Georgia, or southern Georgia anyway, by Memorial Day. And surf conditions may ease up a bit there. So you may salvage maybe a little bit of beach time for those that are trying to get away for the weekend. There you go. Look at our travelers' weather. What else we got going on as we roll into a Friday? Yes, TGIF. Turn the page, 26th day of May. I lost a bunch of my first commenters out of the box. I know, Philly. Let me see here. We'll start with Roy there in Northwest Illinois. Good to have you on board. 52 degrees there at this hour. Timothy, Rumble up and running. Thanks for the heads up. Rumble is live. Miss Millie, thanking all the service men and women who are serving to keep us safe. God bless each and every one of them. Prayers for all who have lost loved ones that did serve and gave their all. Remembering my dad and uncle who did give their all. I miss you, Dad, after all these years. Everyone take care and, of course, be safe out there. Billy, good morning or good evening, Steve. Love listening to you. Listening from Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Was trucking back from Alabama, listening to you last night. All right, good to have you with us, Billy. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning. 61 in Carthage, Missouri tonight. I'm at home watching on the big screen with the hot blonde wife. A huge shout out and howdy to you, Deanna, from all of us at the Overnight Drive. Steve, thank you so much for mentioning my hot blonde wife tonight. Special Show Me Stage shout out to the trucking icon and Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss compound. David, 52 degrees, clear here in Alexandria, Indiana tonight. I'll be on vacation till Friday night, 6 p.m., then got to go back. Wish I could have been born rich rather than just good looking. Ha, very good. I think I lost both, he says. Gilligan, good morning. Steve, the fellow listeners, partly cloudy, 54 at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia tonight. Keep it shiny side up. There you go. Jeffrey says, thank you for making my nights special. It's my pleasure. And like I said, I lost a whole bunch of the comments there. I clicked the closeout. Can't get them back. So meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Welcome to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty. Hey, looky there. I was able to sneak over to the Facebook feed real quick, pull up some of our listening friends. There it is. Hello, Philly Dan, TGIF. Good morning, everyone out there. Rock Pick. Hello, Steve Truckers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls. Got 42 here in Rochester. Starting Saturday, they're telling us it's 9 days. 9 days of 70s and 80s. Hope to take the granddaughter to the beach and maybe the merry-go-round on Saturday. All right, have a great weekend. Hello to Matthew. He says, good morning, Steve Summers, Overnight Drive. I'm going to try to call in again tonight. All right, there's Rubber Duck, who is home again tonight. I guess there's no work. I think it may be time to move on, unfortunately. Uh-oh. Hello to Bidu, checking in. Morning, Mr. Summers, the overnight crew. There's Timothy with 58 degrees, Rocky Mount, Virginia. Peter, good day from the land down under. How's it going today? Nothing to write about the weather here. It's wet and cold here in Melbourne. All right, 5-7, copy in the mail. Cookie is on board, just checking in. All right, good to hear from you, Cookie. Hope all is going well. Good afternoon, hammer down, be safe. Great-granddaughter surgery to remove the tumor. Went good on Wednesday. She still has plenty of healing to do. Granddaughter wants to hold her, but not yet. Guess baby needs to heal. All right, hope all healing quickly. Hello to Thomas, who says just, hi, y'all. There's Jesse Lynn. I'm here from the old 700 days. Everybody else still here? Well, yeah, there's plenty of the old listeners on board. Good to have you back with us, though, if you just recently found us. Well, Cap and Ron, what do you got on your mind? You're going to tease me that we're one day closer to Monday?
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Uh-huh.
And yet another holiday that's on that greatest day of the week.
And you know, it wasn't always that way.
Right. But you hit the nail on the head for me when about this holiday isn't for the veterans. I'm a veteran, and it kind of rubs me the wrong way when they tell me thanks for serving for this holiday. This holiday is for the ones that gave all, that lost their lives serving for the country. So it kind of, I don't know, it kind of rubs me the wrong way. Maybe it's just me. But remember a couple of weeks ago I told you about that Barbie movie? I heard it on the news, on your opening news.
I just heard that.
I told you needed to check that out. It's going to be the greatest movie in history. But, let's see, what else did I have? Oh, yeah. Somebody called, some reporter wanted to know about that dress that I was wearing at that resort.
Yes.
See, when I checked into that resort, they give all the tourists this dress. And it kind of looks like a straitjacket, though. It's got all these strings off the back, and it really don't have no back. But everybody was wearing them.
Yeah, I'm guessing it was, was it green or blue?
They were blue.
Blue, okay.
They have one pocket. Up in your breastbone area, and that was the only pocket it had.
Mm-hmm.
But it was really weird wearing that dress. But on a serious note, I got my biopsy back today. I went to the doctor today, and nothing showed up on those. So
okay.
I guess that's another box checked off for that whole ordeal.
That's the good news.
They'll be putting me on that Ozempic shot for my diabetes and weight. But I don't know if I got anything else for the night, but everybody be safe out there, and thank you to all those families that lost loved ones. You know, we're praying for you. Condolences to you.
Well, and
have a good weekend.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and the good thing about this Monday, it will be one of the greatest days because I don't have to work Monday morning. There you go. Captain Ron, have a great weekend. I mentioned, Memorial Day, of course, it was Decoration Day originally for many, many years. The first time around, more than 27 states held some sort of ceremony. 5,000 people plus were in attendance at a ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. By the year 1890, every former state of the Union had adopted it as an official holiday. But for more than 50 years, the holiday was used to commemorate those who were killed only in the Civil War. Not any other American conflict. It wasn't until Americans' entry into World War I that it was expanded to include those killed in all wars. And Memorial Day wasn't officially recognized nationwide until the 70s, with our country deeply embroiled in the Vietnam War at that time. Some interesting tidbits. Hey, we'll get a news break as we roll into our Memorial Day edition.
USA News Update. President Biden is announcing his pick to be the next chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
General Charles Q. Brown, Jr. General Brown's a warrior.
Well, speaking from the White House Rose Garden, Biden said the Air Force's top officer will replace current chairman Mark Milley. Brown would become the first black Joint Chiefs chair in 30 years. A subscription that lets film fans see up to 30 movies in theaters each month is relaunching.
MoviePass is back under new ownership after going bankrupt in 2020. It will have a new pricing model, this time around with plans starting at $10 per month to see 1 to 3 movies and going up to $40 a month to see up to 30 movies. MoviePass says subscribers will be able to see movies at any theater that accepts MasterCard. The service's website lists over 4,000 participating locations around the country. I'm Dave Collins.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called Testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text PRIDE to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text PRIDE to 321321. That's PRIDE to 321321.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning, says Rob. 45 degrees, Raymond, New Hampshire. First load today, general merchandise to Brockton, Mass., then back to Maine to get some groceries. Moving that freight. Hello to Kim. Says, I hope everyone has a safe weekend. There's Pappy. Happy Friday. 54 here in Harrison, Ohio. It was another beautiful day in the far side of southwest Hamilton County. TGIF. Happy Memorial Day weekend to all the nocturnal listeners out there. There you go. Stay safe. Hammer down. Let me see here. Tim says, I see they're only charging that the guy driving the U-Haul. Yeah, that was trying to get toward the White House, threatening the president, vice president. I guess charges have dropped to just damaging federal property. What gives there? All right, let's see. Hello to Deborah checking in. Let's flip over to Indiana. Good morning, Steve. It's a chilly 50 here in Indiana. Heading up to about 78 here for Friday. It will be my last day with my fourth graders. It's sad in a way since they'll go on to new schools come this fall. Hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, who I hope doesn't get stuck out there today. Have a fantastic Friday. Thank you so much. All right, safe travels, Woodpecker. Watch out for the weekend warriors, right? Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house.
We in the house, Steve. How you doing tonight?
Doing well. Have you made it back to the Marina Del Rey?
No, we just picked up our load to carry us up there to get the load the head to the Marina Del Rey. I should be in there Sunday afternoon if nothing goes wrong.
Okay.
Want to give a big shout out to old Lord Weiss, that hot shot Bob's Yale wife. I'm glad she's doing so good. And Michigan Mad, and hope he gets over his illness there, and I hope they do good. But Steve, I just want to give a shout out to all the families of the veterans that played the ultimate sacrifice for this country. I can't thank them enough for what they did, and we just really want to let them know that we are riding with them tonight. This is a special holiday for all the people that fought for our freedoms, to keep us out of communism and everything else, they fought for a reason. They fought for a reason because this is still the greatest country in the world in my book. There's some people up yonder in Washington need a good swift kick in the butt, and I think they need to do more for our veterans. They've kind of backsliding on them a little bit at these VA hospitals and stuff, but I hope they'll wake up. But everything else, Steve, is going good. We dialed in and probably make it up there this afternoon tonight if we don't run into them bad storms. I was talking to some friends of mine that's laid over up there in the Panhandle, and they said, boy, they were bracing for another bad night of it.
I mean, it's been every night, all week long, I'm seeing severe weather, severe storms.
Yes, sir. It's been tough up there. That's where we was at a couple of nights ago when that tornado blowed up there. But, Steve, I've seen something today that just, I'm going to Austin, Texas. And I don't know who in the world is the road engineer for the state of Texas that laid these super highways out. You running along there and you're running four lanes of traffic moving good. And you get to the city and it narrowed down 2 lanes and you got a bottleneck. I mean, it's crazy. It took me 2 hours to go from San Antonio to Houston today.
Wow.
But, Fort Worth, the same way. You got 4 lanes going in there down to 2, right where it should be opened up. But the thing that got me going to Austin today, I know there's a bunch of liberals live in Austin, Texas. But for them to let that city get that run down, homeless people on every corner, tents. It looked like a third world country down there right now. It's terrible. And that to be the capital,
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't imagine, I said, I cannot believe this, right here in the capital city that they let this thing look like Baghdad or somewhere. But the thing, San Antonio really ain't no better. Because down there where I was unloading this morning, there was one of them tent cities set up right down the street down there, for where we was going in the gate. And I couldn't go in till like 8 o'clock this morning, so I slept in a little bit. Got up, and I was walking around the truck out there, making sure everything was good. And here come a bunch of them hooligans down through there with their signs, and they stopped there and asked me, said, hey, you wouldn't want to give to our cause. I said, what cause is that? The lazy-ass cause?
Uh-oh.
And he looked at me and said, what'd you say? I said, you come up to a damn one-armed man and ask for a donation? I said, you got to be out your hell-loving mind. Well, we about went to fisticuffs. And, he just finally moved on down the road down there. Well, I pulled in. The guard said, you have some trouble out there? I said, nothing I couldn't handle. And, they're begging for people to work. There's no reason for nobody in this country to be living on the street. We read something today about a plant that is going to automation because they can't get help. And they're paying $24, $25, $26 an hour. They can't get help. And, there's something drastically wrong in this country when you see that. So they're they're trying to fully automate this plant so, they won't have a labor problem no more. And I think we're going to see more and more of that. It just kind of mind-boggling, there's people begging for people to work, and they don't want to get up off that dead rear keister, but they want to harass everybody that is got a good job. Oh, you want to donate to our cause? Hell no, I don't want to donate to it. Move on, just get out my face. But that was just I just couldn't believe what I was seeing today. I mean, I've seen it on TV, but when I got up close to it, I said, "Great, now, man, this is something." But I reckon the Carolinas is fixing to get slammed with some of this nasty weather. From what Debbie was telling me, she said, "You got any plans for the weekend?" I said, "Yeah, we were gonna go fishing Monday." Had everything lined up to go, and she said, I don't think you'll be fishing Monday." I said, "Why?" She said, "It's supposed to have 3 days, and then looking for us to have 6 to 7 inches of rain."
Yep.
And I said, "Great, now, this is terrible." And I said, "Don't I tell you to watch the pool, don't let it run over. And pump it off if you have to." We finally got it up and running, and Biscuit took the Eskimo plug. I don't know how that child got in that pool, but she jumped in it, swam across, and come back. I told her, I said, "You froze?" She said, "No, it ain't bad when you get in it." She said, "We want to jump in?" I said, "No, that's all right, baby. I ain't that breeze."
You got the purple lips.
Yeah, bottom lip purple, and she quivered, and I told her, I said, "Get out that pool." Them young ones, they don't feel cold like we do. But just a little update on NASCAR. They're going to move that race Saturday back an hour to try to get it in, because they're claiming that's when the weather's going to come. So anybody got tickets to go up there Saturday, you might want to check again, because they were announcing on NASCAR tonight that they had moved it back an hour to try to get it in. And I don't think they're gonna get that race run up on Sunday.
That's what the forecast is saying. They're saying you're going to have delays. It may be postponed, and even if they try to run it on Monday, they're still saying there's going to be possibly additional delays because still more showers in the mix Monday.
Right. So it might have to go to Tuesday. You remember that a couple of years ago they had that race in Texas, and it snowed and ice and everything else. They stayed out there for, I think, Thursday night, but they finally got that race run.
Mm-hmm.
So we were looking, that race probably might not come off about Tuesday. But other than that, everything just moving along kind of smoothly. We just try to get up here so we can start at the house. But I think everybody went on an early vacation. Because from the traffic has been horrendous.
I was going to ask, are people getting an early start? I mean, obviously later today it's going to be madhouse.
Oh, it's awful. And people driving with the head up the rear ends, and watching their cell phones and not paying no attention. Guys, girls, you got to be on your P's and Q's, because the idiots are out there. They're already out there. Well, Steve, we'll bow on out of here. Well, I got to give a shout out to my favorite donut eater. I was going to try to get back in there last night, and he got off, or I could get back in. But Pappy, you be safe out there tonight for the next couple of days, because the idiots are going to be out there, that's for sure.
Yes, indeed.
Steve, enjoy your holiday weekend, and we don't get to talk to you in that last hour. When you coming back? Monday night?
Monday night, Tuesday morning, yes.
Oh, that Johnny Carson contract.
Safe travels, Monkey Gouger. Get back to the Marina Del Rey. Yeah, careful with the other. Everybody going to be in a hurry out there, right? You got to pack your patience. You want to get there in one piece. All right, here it is, as they say, the unofficial start of the summer travel season. Airlines hoping to avoid the chaos of last year. And travelers scrounging for ways to save a few bucks on pricey airfares and hotel rooms. Some travelers say they'll settle for fewer trips than they hoped to take, or they're going to drive rather than fly. Others are finding different money-saving sacrifices. Stephanie thought she'd save money by planning ahead for her daughter's birthday trip to Disney World. Instead, it ended up costing the same as the Dallas area family's trip for 4 to California last summer. So now her husband and son are going to stay home. We just had to grit our teeth, she said. The number of people going through the airports actually hit pandemic-era highs last weekend, and those records are almost certain to be broken this Memorial Day weekend. AAA predicting 37 million will drive at least 50 miles or more from their home this weekend. That's up more than 2 million from last year. Transportation Secretary expects to screen 10 million travelers between today and Monday. That's air travelers. That's a 14% increase over last year. Of course, with more travel comes more expense. The average rate for a hotel room last week was $157 a night. Let's see. The average daily rate for other short-term rentals like an Airbnb rose to $316 last month. There is a bit of good news for the drivers. The national average for a gallon of regular is $3.56 a gallon, down from $4.60 at this same time last year. Yeah, the prices were skyrocketing. Renting a car, according to AAA, is also a bit cheaper than a year ago, when some of the popular destinations ran out of vehicles. The travel company Expedia said larger inventories let the companies rent more cars at lower prices this year. For the air travelers, industry officials say the carriers believe they have fixed problems that contributed to all those cancellations and delays last summer. 52,000 flights were canceled from between June and August last year. Airlines, they say, have hired about 30,000 workers since then, including thousands of pilots, and they're using bigger planes to reduce flights, but not the number of seats that are available. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Other tidbits going back in time. It was the term Memorial Day was used starting in the 1880s. The holiday was officially, as I mentioned earlier, known as Decoration Day for more than a century. When it was changed by federal law 4 years later, the Uniform Monday Holiday Act of 1968 finally went into effect, thus moving Memorial Day from its traditional observance, which it used to be May the 30th, regardless of what day of the week it was. So they set the day the last Monday in the month of May. That move has not been without controversy, though. Veterans groups are concerned that more Americans associate the holiday with the first long weekend of summer and not the intended purpose, to remember those, to honor the nation's war dead. They continue to lobby for a return to the May 30th observances for more than 20 years. That cause was championed by Hawaiian senator and decorated World War II veteran Daniel Inouye. Until his death in 2012, he had reintroduced legislation to support that change every year, every congressional term, looking to change Memorial Day back to May the 30th, regardless of what day of the week. Well, what's happening with Matthew is on board. Hey there, Matthew.
Good morning, Mr. Summers. How are you?
Well, it's Friday, doing well. What do you think? Are we going to get that race in this weekend?
Yeah, no, Steve, that is the one thing I really hate about NASCAR's 75th anniversary season, because I want them to run as many of those laps Sunday afternoon as they're able to. But I have a favor. Are you ready?
Okay, lay it on us. What can we do for you?
Remember the song by Lee Greenwood, which is
God Bless the USA.
USA one?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, since we're almost to the day where we honor everyone, I thought that if there were any veteran, I thought if there were any families that had someone serve or who is serving, and this one will hit home for me, is Mr. Lance Schmitz out of O'Fallon, Missouri. Would you want to just dedicate your next hour to that song?
Well, we'll see if we can't find a opportunity to toss that in. If I could pull that up, I think we could do that.
Okay, and then one more thing. You guys did not hound us this past afternoon.
Also, your Cardinals won the closeout.
Yes, we got 7 innings from Miles, and we're off to Cleveland, and then we're home for 2 games, Memorial Day, and then Tuesday, and then we go back on the road. But I want to mention something to Monkey Gouger. Why
Why in the world does he think fans are gonna look at their tickets when everything's on your phone now?
That's a good...
Right?
Sure, yeah. A lot of places, they'll just, you can scan your phone. It's all digitally loaded in, right? All right, we are up to news break time. Matthew, have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. I hope they get your race in, and I guess good luck to your cards, right?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The Supreme Court siding with a couple who've been battling the government trying to develop an Idaho Panhandle property, effectively limiting the EPA's authority. The case centers on the Clean Water Act of 1972. The ruling will limit the federal government's authority to regulate pollution in wetland areas. That as Arizona's governor took time Thursday to celebrate a major water conservation deal to sustain the Colorado River and
refocus our efforts on post-2026 plans so we can continue to grow and prosper for generations to come.
Governor Katie Hobbs speaking there. In a deal with the Biden administration, California, Arizona, and Nevada will curtail water use from the Colorado River. Expect a big travel surge for Memorial Day weekend as nearly 43 million Americans will be heading out for the holiday. Here's Maggie Vespa from Chicago.
Bit of a mixed bag of expectations for those traveling for the Memorial Day weekend, but we'll start with the good news. Gas is down. Here in Chicago, it's at $4.79 for a gallon of regular. The national average this morning, according to AAA, is $3.57.
Down more than $1 from Memorial Day weekend of last year. President Biden updated the debt ceiling negotiations late Thursday, saying there is progress being made toward a deal to raise the limit.
I made it clear time and again defaulting on our national debt is not an option. The American people deserve to know that the Social Security payments will be there. The Veterans Hospital will remain open.
Speaking from the White House Rose Garden, the president emphasized the negotiations are about outlines of what the budget will look like and not about default. On that note, House Republican Freedom Caucus members are raising the stakes, and House Democrats aren't guaranteeing full support of a debt ceiling deal. Hardline GOP Freedom Caucus members sent Speaker Kevin McCarthy a letter Thursday making more stringent budget demands. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he would consider pardoning January 6th defendants and former President Trump.
The 2024 presidential candidate made the comments in an interview with the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show.
I'm going to do on day one, I will have folks that will get together and look at all these cases who people are victims of weaponization or political targeting.
DeSantis argued prosecutors have not been pursuing justice equally. Trump is currently facing a federal investigation over his role in the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. I'm Dave Collins.
Politicians are getting a little salty inside the chambers of Congress, as evidenced this week when Democrats laughed at House Republican Freedom Caucus leader Marjorie Taylor Greene during regular proceedings. It happened when a top Republican was making floor remarks about the debt ceiling. Democrats heckled him, even called him a liar. Then this.
The members are reminded to abide by decorum of the House.
Some Democrats even started shouting from their seats. This comes after Greene yelled liar at President Biden's State of the Union address earlier this year. Americans may soon start turning to artificial intelligence to treat anxiety and depression. The National Institute of Mental Health funded a pilot study that discovered Lumen, an AI voice-based virtual coach, helped improve depression and anxiety symptoms. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, I hear they're bickering there in Washington, D.C., right? Go figure. Well, the deadline is just around the corner, right? They've been talking about this debt ceiling for months now. And I, like so many others, anticipate they've got to come up with something. It'll be a last-minute deal. Right now they're saying House members are going to be allowed to take the Memorial Day holiday recess this weekend. But they must be ready to return to D.C. If needed to vote on raising the debt limit. The House Majority Leader told lawmakers you can return to your home districts as of this past day for the Memorial Day weekend, but must be prepared to return to the Capitol in 24 hours with a 24-hour notice if a deal's reached and a vote is scheduled. All right, now they said following tomorrow's vote, I guess that's today, if some new agreement is reached between the president and Speaker McCarthy, members will receive 24 hours notice in the event we need to return to Washington for any additional votes, either over the weekend or obviously early next week. Absent a scheduled vote on the issue, the House will remain adjourned until June the 5th, which would be 4 days past the estimated June 1st deadline that was set by the Treasury Secretary. And I've been hearing that, technically it's more like June the 8th before they would start missing anything as far as payments. So although negotiations between McCarthy and the House are still at an impasse, one of the Republican negotiators from North Carolina said it'd take 24 to 48 hours to draft any sort of an agreement into legislation for a vote, and another 72 hours for members to review the bill before voting on the bill. Of course, the House and the Democrat-led Senate have to approve the legislation. Senate is not in session this week. They're scheduled to return May 30th. So that would allow the bill to be passed before June 1st's deadline and reach Biden's desk for his signature. We'll see how things pan out there. But all right, as we get hour number 2 underway, it's 844-844-3388. And Eskimo Mom on board. Happy Friday or hump day for you. Do you have to work this weekend?
Yes, sir. The groceries still have to move no matter what. The only day, but I do have my regular days off, which are Sundays and Mondays.
There you go. So what's happening?
Because right now the freight is maybe be a little we may have a little uptick in freight, and right now as long as they have volunteers and everybody works their regular shifts and everything and puts in 12-hour days, they should be able to cover all the freight.
There you go.
Yeah, but the reason I'm calling is I don't know if I have a DA Award nominee, a Darwin Award, or I'm hopefully not a Darwin Award winner, or just somebody having a really bad day. But 71 going south about the 73, 74 mile marker, there is a bobtail semi, and he is broke down in the right hand lane.
Okay.
And blocking it. I did let the Boone County Sheriff know what was going on, so that way they can go check it out before something happens.
All right, so he's in the travel lane. Couldn't get it off in the emergency lane.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And construction is still running hot and heavy this week. I had 75 south over there between Piqua and Sydney. I had to take a back way because Google Maps was telling me, oh, it's going to take at least 10, 15, 20 minutes more to go that way. And then over there, the north side of Dayton and south side of Dayton, both they've got some road work. So just pack your patience, folks, and be ready to make some alternate plans if you have to. Take some alternate routes if you don't want to wait.
Yeah, that's going to be the deal, especially later today.
Mhm. Yep.
Well, all righty, Eskimo Mom, good to hear from you. And, when you do get around to your weekend, I hope you enjoy, and thanks for checking in.
I will do my best, and everybody do the same. If you can get out to the cemeteries and honor our fallen, or even honor your family members. Go for it.
There you go. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hey, a lot of folks will be spending their Memorial Day weekend. A lot of things planned around a lot of events, parades and whatnot. But a lot of folks may be heading up for what is known as Fleet Week, which I've heard is a really cool thing. I'd like to get there. I need to put that on my bucket list. They had some beautiful sights, military planes flying over the Verrazano Narrows Bridge during the morning rush there Wednesday in connection with Fleet Week activities. The parade of ships had an E-2 aircraft, 3 F-18 planes, cruising at about 1,500 feet between the span and the Mario M. Cuomo Bridge there Wednesday morning. Had the parade of ships on Wednesday as Fleet Week returns to Staten Island for the 35th anniversary year. Week-long celebration, which is underway, started on Wednesday with that ceremonial parade of ships going through the New York Harbor. Vessels from the United States Navy, U.S. Coast Guard, and U.S. Naval Academy, Yard Patrol, and even NATO allies passing by the Statue of Liberty, Fort Hamilton, and One World Trade Center. Ships from Canada, Italy, and the United Kingdom joining the parade of ships. You had the USS Wasp, an amphibious assault ship from Norfolk, Virginia. The HMS Scott, an ocean survey vessel from Plymouth, UK. The HMCS Glace Bay from Nova Scotia, Canada. The ITS Virginio Fasan from Italy. The U.S. CGC Warren Davenport, which is a fast response cutter out of Boston. U.S. Navy Academy Yard Patrol craft out of Annapolis. The USS Oak Hill, Harper's Ferry-class dock landing ship out of Norfolk. The USNS Newport, a Spearhead-class fast transport out of Norfolk. And the U.S. CGC Laguerre, a medium-endurance cutter. These ships can be seen along the Hudson River from Battery Park to the south of the George Washington Bridge. Now, last year's Fleet Week was the first time they actually held it since the whole pandemic thing started. They had to cancel Fleet Week in 2020 and 2021. But Fleet Week is underway, continuing now through May the 30th. It includes general public ship tours, aviation demonstrations, military band performances, interactive displays throughout the region. Ship tours scheduled starting this past day, continuing through Monday from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. at Pier 88, except for Sunday, as well as Pier 90 in Manhattan and the Homeport Pier in Staten Island. Those tours, they say, are free. They're open to the public. Ship tours on Intrepid Sea, Air and Space Museum, Pier 86, conducted daily from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m., and are scheduled to depart Saturday the 27th, this Saturday. They encourage people wear comfortable clothing and shoes. All bags and cameras will be searched prior to entering. The ships are considered an industrial environment. Guests need to avoid open-toed sandals, high heels, necklaces, or other items that might be able to get caught, and avoid bags that are too heavy to carry comfortably. So there you go. Fleet Week officially underway. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's that secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back to the calls here as we head into the Memorial Day weekend. Who we got there? Is that the log hauler?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's what the monkey gods are talking about, them $25 an hour jobs. How they ain't even enough money. People are too dang lazy to work. Everywhere I go, they're trying to hire people to do some of the crazy money for what they got to do. And they just don't do it. For me, I know the rates is down right now, but I've made the most money that I've ever had here in the last, since the truck show, because people don't want to work. They don't want to run. They even offered a guy use a trailer to help me out, and this stuff's over $9 a mile to go 180 miles, but you got to go into the Chicago area with it.
Uh-huh.
So you do the math. That's real good money. You could do 2 of them a day, and nobody will do it. Nobody will jump in there and do it.
Wow, for that kind of money.
Yeah, so they all want to bitch and moan about the rates and everything on everything and that. And, and I've offered, even going to provide a trailer for them to help do this, and can't get no help. And I've been in the truck pretty much since the truck show. I've been in the truck pretty much every day. And I stay local. I stay within 200 miles of my house. So, I've already put 20,000 miles since just before the truck show.
Wow, you're rolling.
So, I'm not here again tonight, trying to get something done. But, I've been running all different hours of the day. And my thing is, where does these people work? I'm on 127 right now. I just come out of Fairfield. And the traffic on 127, you'd think a major event was going on down through here. At 1:30 in the morning. It's just, it don't make no sense. It's like, when do these people work?
I mean, I guess they're kicking off their early weekend, right?
Well, it's all the time. It's been all the time. I've been noticing the last couple of years. It just, during the pandemic, the stuff slowed down. But after everybody got stir crazy, I mean, there's people going everywhere. And then the rate of speeds, going through a construction zone up in Michigan on 94, it's got your speed. I was seeing that sign hit 90 and 99 mile an hour. People going through a construction zone there between Battle Creek and 69.
Wow.
This week. There's no fear of a ticket anymore. I mean, it's just the speeds that they're driving, and weaving in and out of traffic. And then the next best one is you're cruising down the road, 70 mile an hour. You catch one of these catch somebody, and you go to pass them, and the son of a gun will speed up on you. And it don't matter, you can be on a 2-lane road. And the sad thing is, it's just not the cars that do it. It's the big trucks.
Yep.
The ones that can run, they speed up. And it's like, I caught you relatively quick, and now I'm having a hard time getting around you. And it's like, really? What is the mentality to that? I thought truck drivers do a little bit better than that because, people do it to all of us drivers. So why would you do that to another driver in another big truck? It makes no sense. But I guess look what we got running the show, anymore. If it handed out too much, too long, and I just blew my mind away this week. I asked 5 different people to help do this, and nobody.
Wow.
Crickets. Oh yeah, I'll be there, and then they bail out on you in the last minute.
Mm.
And the crazy thing is just when I think I'm slowly getting caught up, I get called and I got another 6 or 7 loads thrown on my lap. And it's crazy because I'm pretty much setting the price. I thought, well, I'm going to shoot this one high because I really don't have time to go do it. And then you tell them that, and it's, okay, that's fine. Get them hauled. I go, okay, that's like a double whammy. It's like, maybe I should have told them more money, and now I got to go do it.
So even with the rates, I mean, because I'm hearing the rates are down, and I don't know, have they hit bottom? But yeah, I guess some freight there's good paying freight out there.
There is. I do a specialty thing. I mean, not too many guys do what I do. Now I do haul up on hard yards, but I also go right to the woods and get what I need to do. And, and it pays good, and I got a big old W900, big long wheelbase, big truck, and I go out across fields and stuff, and mine looks just as nice as anybody else's show truck does. It's not hard on the truck if you just, you got to use brains a little bit. But, like I said, it just, I get tired of listening to guys hollering about money, and then you offer them this stuff, or they ain't got much going on. So you offer them something to help out.
Yeah.
Kind of I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine. And so, and that's fine. I did it, I'm doing it. And I just look at the bank account. I've done as much money in the last 2 months than I did in 6 months last year. Wow. And the dang fuel's $1 a gallon on average cheaper than it was a year ago. So, it's like, gosh dang, guys, now's the time to make money. The old adage is saying is, well, hey, when the sun's shining, well, that's what you got to do. So but a lot of what's going on is this stuff's got to get into these ports to get onto a container, and then they got to get to the rail yards to get shipped out. And there's a lot of deadlines on that stuff. And, with the wet weather we had early on and through the winter, a lot of that stuff got backed up, and now they're in a scramble trying to get that stuff, in. So
it's kind of like the in season right now, I guess, like, when you hit the produce season there in Florida or California.
Exactly. I stay busy year round because I do other things with the truck, like I said, I'll go into the woods and haul out of there, but, like right now, the veneer market, the price is coming down, and that's a lot of it. They got to get this stuff shipped because they think it's going to crash. Well, I've been through it before, but right now the rates are up like they are. And, when you're looking at $4.50 a running mile, all miles, where else are you going to go do that?
Right.
Just to pull a trailer down the road. I got that TQL calls me all the time. And they said, well, do you need a load? I said, you got anything paying $10 a mile? Oh, there ain't nothing paying that. Well, I said, honestly, I'm loading a $10 a mile load right now. And so I just held a $9 one the other day. And I've been, as the weeks have been going on, I just been increasing my rates more and more, just trying to maybe catch a break. I don't want to turn work down, but I know my limit. It's like I'm a one-man band here, and it's hard to keep up.
Wow, that's a good thing, I guess. Well, you're going to take some time off for the Memorial Day weekend?
Well, I'm going to be working. Probably have Sunday free, and I'm sure I'll be back at it again late Monday afternoon because, it's there, and they expect me to do it, and I strive on the service, and keeping people happy, and obviously it's doing some good because they're calling. My name's getting out there, and I'm getting more and more work every day, and I'd hire a driver. I said I'd never do that again. But heck, I'd hire a driver. I'd get somebody reliable. You got to do like I do. You got to take the good with the bad. There's times when it's wet. We don't have much going on. But, when you're hauling freight like it is right now for me, hey, that off times are great.
You got to bank
and relax.
So you got to bank some money. It's kind of like any job that's seasonal kind of thing. You got to bank some to get through the off season until things get back to kicking. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, Log Hauler, appreciate you checking in this morning. Enjoy your Sunday, I guess. Right. As we hit our news break coming up here, bottom of the hour. All right, what do we got here? 26th day of May. It is a Friday. TGIF. Rolling into, of course, yes, the Memorial Day weekend. Hello to Miss Millie is on board this morning. And it looks like Dipsy Driver checking in. We'll get to some of our other friends coming up right after the break.
USA News Update. President Biden is feeling confident about an agreement to raise the debt ceiling.
I made it clear time and again that falling on our national debt is not an option. The American people deserve to know that the Social Security payments will be there. The Veterans Hospital will remain open.
Speaking from the White House Rose Garden, the president said talks between his administration and Speaker Kevin McCarthy's team have made progress. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he'd consider pardoning January 6 defendants and former President Trump if he's elected president. In an interview with the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, DeSantis said his administration would look at January 6 cases and aggressively issue pardons to those who were victims of weaponization or political targeting by the Department of Justice. The NBA Eastern Conference Finals tonight. The Celtics host the Miami Heat in Boston. Game 5. Miami leads the series 3-1. Dave Collins, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing, and paying your taxes, and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back. Flip back over here. We heard from Eskimo Mom. She chimed in about an hour ago. Happy Friday or hump day. Got a late start due to a tech who neglected to double-check their work before signing off on it. And me finding out after I hooked my trailer, I had to switch trucks before I was able to leave the yard. Then 75 had road work, adding to the fun here on a Friday. Hope everybody has a wonderful holiday weekend. Be safe. It's clear and breezy, 59 degrees by the scale on 71. Top of the morning says Santa Claus, 82 degrees here in Las Vegas. Just left the Barry Manilow concert. I was impressed. He went nonstop for almost 2 hours. Has a bit of a limp in his step. Even got up on an overhead scaffolding, hung over the audience. Looks like tomorrow will be headed home. It's been quite the journey. You've been keeping tabs of your fuel costs. I think you said they're going to have about, how many was it? Yeah, how many thousand miles was it going to be before the end of that trip? That cost a few bucks. Now, even in, I guess you got good fuel economy in that little Miata, right? Okay. There's Matthew. We have more than one Matthew. This Matthew says, I'm listening in on the app. I need to come up with a handle name so folks know the difference between the two Matthews out here. Yes. Roger. Steve, any update on the missing ammonium nitrate? Yeah, we shared that story. Was it earlier this week or late several days ago? A whole train car of ammonium nitrate that came up missing. I pulled up the latest. I'll get that for you here in just a moment. Dipsy Driver, good morning, Steve. The most informed audience, 40th clear here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Thank you for all the hardworking drivers. Hope you get home safely for your holiday weekend. Thank you, farmers, first responders, all the military and the families. Past, present, and future. Let me see here. What was it? Miss Millie said, everyone please say a prayer for my truck driving son. He had an accident. He's not hurt. No one else involved. Many thanks. Just heard from his fiance. Let's see. My son, then she just said a few moments ago, my son is back on the road via the AA, headed to Middletown, Ohio. There you go. All right, so appreciate that. Hope everything's okay. And what else we got? All right, yeah, the ammonium nitrate, the Daily Mail this past afternoon shared an update. Federal investigators have joined the probe into the missing 30-ton shipment of ammonium nitrate that can be used to build high-powered explosives, like the one used in the Oklahoma City bombing. Roughly 60,000 pounds of the chemical, which was in pellet form, had vanished from a rail car during a 2-week journey from Cheyenne, Wyoming to Saltdale, California. The shipment left a manufacturing site of Dyno Nobel, which is an explosives manufacturer, April the 12th. The report about the missing ammonium nitrate was made on May the 10th. Preliminary inquiries suggest a leak in the rail car caused it to spill during the journey. Union Pacific, the operator which carried the delivery, said they don't believe there was any criminal or malicious activity involved. But neither the railroad nor Dyno Nobel, whose explosive products are used in mining, have confirmed whether the chemical's been located or what caused it to vanish. And I guess it was quite the journey there. Ammonium nitrate was a key component in the bomb used by Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols, the Oklahoma City bombing that killed 168 people. An estimated 1,000 to 2,000 pounds of the chemical was used in that attack in 1995, meaning the amount which has vanished could be used to create about 30 equivalent explosives. Of course, the Alfred Murrah Federal Building destroyed in that blast. In another incident, 2013, 15 people died and more than 260 were injured when ammonium nitrate exploded at a fertilizer plant in the community known as West Texas, the city of West. More than 200 people died when 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate exploded at a port in Beirut, Lebanon. That colossal blast injured 7,000 people, causing damage at nearly $15 billion. A map of Union Pacific's network indicates the shipment could have traveled along tracks in either Denver and Utah or across Wyoming and into Utah before then passing through Nevada, subsequently into California. All right, so that's pretty much where it stands. Seems like you'd be able to get out there along the rail line and find a trail of the pellets, I would assume. All right, 20 before the hour, and who we got on board? Hillbilly, I believe, checking in here on a Friday. What do you say, Hillbilly?
Good morning, Steve. Happy Memorial Day to all the drivers out there, veterans and first responders and all that. Boys in blue. First off, let's not forget what this weekend's about. It's about the ones who didn't return home and veterans who done passed away. Honor them. I talked to my wife this evening, and she's going to volunteer to go to our local cemetery and help put flags out for all the veterans that's buried in the cemetery tonight. So she's going to try to do her part. Traffic on 71. I don't know if you heard much about it, but they're doing construction down there at LaGrange, exit 22. It's only a mile long where they got the right lane shut down where they're putting in a new ramp. But 2 people have been killed this week because either they were paying attention to their phone, driving too fast, or what, end up running up underneath the back of a semi-trailer. And it just, I don't know what the answer is to it, because, I mean, we all see people driving through construction zones and coming up on stop traffic, not paying no attention. But there's two families that are going to have a bad weekend. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But, I mean, ain't nobody's got the good answer for what's happened this week. So, but I just want all the drivers out there to be safe, and I hope y'all make it home to y'all's destination or your home 20s and enjoy this weekend. When I get home Saturday, I'm going to climb up on the International Tractor and between Saturday and Monday try to plant 500 acres of soybeans.
Are you?
Yeah. We're kind of behind right now, and I took the weekend off to help my uncle plant. So, try to get them caught up. But, like I said, I'd rather be on a tractor anywhere, any day of the week anyway. So,
It's a kind of a working weekend to some extent.
well, life of a farmer.
There you go.
Never ends.
Yep. Yep.
But, Steve, y'all have a good weekend, and I'll listen back Tuesday morning.
All right. Well, you have a good weekend. Get those crops in, and we'll chat next week. And we'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
All righty, there you go. My special request. Matthew, there you go. Enjoy your weekend. And yeah, he did mention a family member that hits close to home. I want to dedicate that to him. All right, boy. Memorial Day. For more than 20 towns around the country claim to be the birthplace. But only one actually has federal recognition. For almost as long as there's been a holiday, there's been a rivalry about who celebrated it first. Boalsburg, Pennsylvania, based their claim on an 1864 gathering of women to mourn those that had been recently killed at Gettysburg. In Carbondale, Illinois, they're certain that they were first, thanks to an 1866 parade led in part by John Logan, who 2 years later would lead the charge for an official holiday. There are even two dueling Columbus challengers. One in Columbus, Mississippi, the other in Columbus, Georgia, who've battled it out for Memorial Day supremacy for decades, apparently. Only one town, however, has received the official seal of approval from the U.S. government. In 1966, 100 years after the town of Waterloo, New York, shuttered its business, took to the streets for the first of many continuous community-wide celebrations. President Lyndon Johnson signed legislation recently passed by the U.S. Congress declaring that tiny upstate village the official birthplace of Memorial Day. Well, there you go. Hello, 5-7. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I'd like to mention Bobby Ray Shipman, a young sailor in 1950, joins the Navy. After boot camp and advanced training, the submarines, stopped by the house with my brother-in-law that I never met. He held my wife, who's 73 right now, as an infant. And halfway to California to meet up with his ship, was involved in a terrible car crash. Him and his shipmates came together and was going to travel that way. They pulled him out of the wreck up onto the bank, and a drunk driver ran over him, killed him. He was buried in the uniform. We got pictures of it. Also in the family will be James Rollins. He is the father of my adopted boys, and he is the father of my my daughter-in-law, my wife's ex-husband. In '68, he joined the Army and 7th Air Cav, and he landed in Vietnam in '68 right at the Tet Offensive. Out on the front, a front base, covered with foliage, they called in for the Agent Orange, and it just showered them. The next day, I mean, it was an open field, you know, what was jungle, and they were appreciative of that, but many a man right now is dying of a slow death. They didn't take the bullet, but because of the Agent Orange, they're dying today. So there's many more names that need to be on that wall. And over here in Fort Gordon, Georgia, they experimented on soldiers by spraying them with that. And I don't know how their case went. They were actually having to fight to get wartime benefits over the Agent Orange. Meanwhile, we're in Vietnam right now and tracking everybody down that we sprayed to make sure they get funds and medical care. Other than that, there's the USS Johnston. Everybody's heard of the story of the Indianapolis that went down. They were going under radio silence, so the Admiralty had no clue that we had sailors in the water for days being nipped at it and killed by sharks. But in the Philippine Sea, there was the Admiral Halsey chases the Japanese, a decoy Japanese fleet, and he turns his major ships, his capital ships, and heads chasing them. Meanwhile, the capital ship head into the Philippine Sea, and which a smaller force of ships, including the USS West Virginia, that was sank with the loss of many crew at Pearl Harbor. She was refloated, and there she was, along with several pocket battleships and several destroyers, cruisers. And in among the battleships was a young American Indian captain, the first ever. And when he headed his destroyer into this attacking force, which happened to be the major Japanese force, the largest battleships that were shooting shells as big as Volkswagens. And he headed into it, giving his helmsman the order to head into the splashes, which actually camouflaged where the ship's location was. Laid up alongside of a Japanese cruiser, and they just started blasting away at the hull. It turned into a battle of pistols and rifles between crews. The big guns on the cruiser couldn't lower enough to hit the Johnston. Eventually, the captain ordered away, and as they were pulling away, the shells hit and sank the Johnston, and her crew, many of her crew went down with her, but many of her crew was still in the water. This action, and it turned, the Japanese admiral turned his fleet and fled the Philippine Sea. These sailors on the Johnston is why it's such a rare story, because it's just now coming out. For 3 days, the Admiralty knew that there were sailors in the water, and they left them there to swim and to be eaten by sharks. Nobody knows about the captain, what happened to him, but they were afraid of submarine actions. But yes, honor to those crew that went down on the Johnston. And finally, a modern tragedy. Y'all probably already know my opinion about women on battleships or on warships, but the USS Cole, probably the first time ever we had the loss of women sailors. But honoring if you look at the size of the hole in the side of that ship, you could probably park my tractor inside that hole. And honor goes to the crew that for quick action to shut the watertight doors and to save the ship from being sent to the bottom. But we lost sailors. That was our first loss of women sailors on a Navy warships. So that's what this weekend's about. There's so many more sailors. I honor sailors because that's my service. You know, I honor the Army, Air Force, Marines. There's plenty of our brothers and sisters out there that can speak up for them. But this is what that weekend's all about. It's not about the people that came home, and even though the people that did come home, especially Vietnam and World War II, they didn't know how to treat these people with these battle fatigues and these PTSD. It wasn't even, they made a home.
Hadn't even heard of PTSD at the time, right? That's more modern times. But you got to hit our news break there. So, yeah, as we head into the Memorial Day weekend, sharing some of our stories on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden is feeling confident about an agreement to raise the debt ceiling.
I've made it clear time and again that falling on our national debt is not an option. The American people deserve to know that the Social Security payments will be there. The Veterans Hospital will remain open.
Speaking from the White House Rose Garden, the president said talks between his administration and Speaker Kevin McCarthy's team have made progress. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he'd consider pardoning January 6 defendants and former President Trump if he's elected president. In an interview with the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, DeSantis said his administration would look at January 6 cases and aggressively issue pardons to those who were victims of weaponization or political targeting by the Department of Justice. San Diego police and lifeguards are asking people to be safe at the beach over the Memorial Day holiday. Lifeguards are asking people to only swim in supervised areas, to be aware of rip currents.
Know how to identify them. If you happen to get caught in the rip current, go with the flow, keep your head above water, raise your hand for assistance.
This lifeguard, Lieutenant Rick Strobel. They're also asking people to speak up if they see something, especially in crowded areas like Belmont Park, where there have been shootings in the past. Some parents in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex are finding a shocking book in their children's backpacks this week. Winnie the Pooh Stay Safe is a new book about what to do in an active shooting.
The book was sent home with children as young as 4, parents say, with no warning or follow-up discussion. The illustrated book features Winnie the Pooh and some of his friends telling kids what to do. Things like, if danger is near, do not fear. Hide like Pooh does until the police appear. Some parents and teachers say they find the book disturbing, especially since it was sent home the same week as the one-year anniversary of the Uvalde school shooting, where 21 people were killed.
That's Tony Waterman reporting. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Thanks to a judge's ruling, the parents of murder victim Gabby Petito will get to see a letter from Roberta Laundrie to her late son Brian, Petito's fiancé and suspected killer. The so-called burn after reading letter supposedly offers to help him get out of prison, which the Petito parents' lawyer argues proves they knew she was dead before her body was found. Target says it's removing some of its Pride collection items out of concern for employees' safety. The retail giant says since this year's Pride Month collection was introduced, there have been threats impacting team members' sense of safety and well-being while at work. Lawmakers are considering harsher penalties for fentanyl possession today.
The House is meeting today to complete consideration of a bill classifying fentanyl as a Schedule I controlled substance. Schedule I drugs are defined as drugs with no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. Some examples are heroin, LSD, ecstasy, peyote. In some states, possession will land you up to $20,000 fines, and you could spend up to 5 years in prison. A final vote from the House is expected this afternoon. I'm Lance Pry.
President Biden says the late Tina Turner was a once-in-a-generation talent that changed American music forever. In a statement, he offered love and prayers to Turner's family and fans around the world who are mourning her passing. The Queen of Rock and Roll died peacefully yesterday at the age of 83. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back on a Friday. Hello to Wheelchair Dave. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I had to dig up that particular version of Taps. That one, yeah, that version, it really runs goosebumps up and down my spine. Dave says, first, that's a good idea. Dave says, hey, Rubber Duck and Log Hauler need to hook up. That's a good point. All right, thank you so much for Taps really hits me hard, especially today. You know, over the years of my life, I've known several individuals that gave their life for this country. For those who can visit the cemetery this weekend, please do so. Hello, Tom Kelly. Greetings from TNCRadio.live. Steve, your callers are the greatest. I'm moved by their love of country, spirit of tenacity, and care for others. To that end, we've scratched our normal feed for Friday morning, coming up after the overnight drive, starting at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. That'd be 5 a.m. Eastern. 2 special presentations from Shelley Johnson's Truckers Network radio show. First up, it's a special Memorial Day presentation with history, music, and interviews. Then listen to Shelley's interview with Lee Greenwood. How about that, along with some of the best patriotic music ever written? Catch up with TNCRadio.live over the long weekend, including Truckers Church on Sunday morning. There's a lot of drivers who wish they could be at church on Sundays, but they have to drive. We can't make up for being there in person, but we do have 5 hours of music, Bible study, messages, all starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. All that via TNCRadio.live. Enjoy the long weekend and remember to remember. Very good. All right, we'll get back, finish up at 5-7 here, kind of sharing some of his naval experience stories.
Well, finally, long story short, I hate to hear whole veteran on the street. Hear me out on this. Nothing in my naval training, boot camp, propulsion engineering school, or service would have put me in a position where I couldn't deal with civilian life. A lot of these guys, their problems came when they went on liberty and they got into some serious drugs, alcohol problems. But there are still a lot of them out there that didn't get treated when they got back, still from the Vietnam War, but right now, 20 years of war. And yeah, it's Memorial Day. Yeah, we sent them out, they come back. They're back in body, but in mind, they're not. They still, they're still in country, and they're still reliving that time where they pulled the trigger or had to see their buddies, like my nephew, who had to come in as a crew and clean out a Humvee that was blown up under fire and bag up the bodies of our countrymen. He was Army. It's just, he's back, but it's physically, but there's still going to be a part that for the rest of his life. Even a story of a young Army man in Normandy jumped in at night into a foxhole and had a man there. They turned around here. He's got a German soldier sitting right there in front of him. He pulled his gun, and the German pulled his gun, and they sat there for he seemed like hours. And then the German dropped his gun, and he pulled the trigger and killed the German. And this man said, in World War II now, this man said every night he would wake up and relive that event in his life. So the Memorial Day is also for the guys that couldn't make it home. Their mind wouldn't let them, and right now, when you say homeless veterans, I can believe it because of 20 years of war and things that they've had to do. And it just, when they got back, they've lost their faith. They lost their ability to deal with the pain. So they've used other sources to smooth over that pain. And the suicides that are seems to be prevalent in our former military and our military right now. It's just amazing. So I would just want to honor those people and show compassion. Like I said, Bobby Shipman, a long time ago, on his way to his ship. James Rollins, they're dead and gone. And it's up to us to remember, let alone the crew, this Johnston, the first crew of the West Virginia that went down and died. It came back and got revenge by turning back a major Japanese fleet. And the crew of the USS Cole, our first female sailors assigned to a warship to lose their life. So that's about all I got. America was built and defended our freedoms. We're nowhere near going down the drain yet. We've got people that are out there and fighting. We've got people on the fighting line. I got a granddaughter in Germany right now. I'm telling you, I've been to 53 different countries, and I wouldn't want to live anywhere else but here. And as long as we got people that are fighting, it looks bad right now, but it's our generation, and it's our turn to do what we can. The only thing you can do is vote, talk to your neighbor on the left, talk to your neighbor on the right. That's the only battle, that's the only tool we got, but that's the battle that lays ahead. And above all, listen to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. When this comes off the air, all right, when this comes off the air and you can't catch Newsmax, then all I got to say is I agree with you. We're getting ready to be flushed. Other than that, it's beat at 5-7. We're rolling on down to South Georgia with a load of shavings trying to beat this rain coming in.
There you go. Enjoy your Memorial Day weekend. Thanks for sharing there. It's our friend Larry. Yeah, Larry who checks in. He normally just chimes in. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down. Sends me a link to one Robert Monahan. Says, this is how I remember this weekend. So I pull up here. The Naval Cross, awarded for actions during the Vietnam War, to Lance Corporal Robert Edward Monahan out of Swedesboro, New Jersey. All right, it's, let me see here. They tell this story. From Vietnam, May the 28th of 1967, during Operation Prairie 4 in the Quang Tri province. Lance Corporal Monahan's platoon was dispatched to reinforce a platoon heavily engaged with an estimated company-sized unit of North Vietnamese Army regulars. Approaching to within 100 meters of the besieged platoon, his unit came under heavy automatic, small arms, and mortar fire, which seriously wounded the point man. Unhesitatingly, and with complete disregard for his own safety, he ran more than 30 meters to the side of the wounded Marine and assisted him to safety. Upon returning to his position, he observed two wounded Marines lying in a path approximately 75 meters away. Although the enemy is entrenched positions to the right of the path, throwing shrapnel charges and grenades, delivering machine gun fire directly over the wounded men, Lance Corporal Monahan and another comrade volunteered to go to the aid of the men. Courageously moving forward, he dived for cover as he was hit by machine gun fire. Disregarding his painful wound, he continued forward, and upon reaching the wounded Marine's position, found that one man had succumbed to his wounds. After quickly rendering first aid to the other, he exhibited exceptional courage and fortitude, picked up a machine gun, rose to one knee, and accurately fired a heavy volume of concentrated fire on the enemy bunker, killing 3 North Vietnamese, silencing their machine gun. During the vicious exchange, Lance Corporal Monahan was mortally wounded. By his dauntless courage, though, bold initiative, and selfless efforts in behalf of his fellow Marines, Lance Corporal Monahan served to inspire all who observed him and upheld the highest traditions of the Marine Corps and the United States Naval Service. He gallantly gave his life for his country. All right, Larry, thank you. Thank you for sharing. To the inbred redneck.
Well, good morning, Mr. Summers. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. You dozed off on us last night. You know that?
Was a snoring, buddy?
Just a tad.
That happens, buddy. I stay so daggone busy here. I've got the request from one of the bosses there, and you know how it goes when children want something. They're the boss, and you got to do it for them.
Yeah, sure
Daggone,
do.
buddy, I've been busy. All the little girl wanted was a log cabin. Well, Daddy's building it for her, and oh, Lord God, Steve, help me. I don't know what I've got myself into, buddy. I've dang on cut down 20 acres of trees in the past 2 months, and been selling them, and you know, trying to get all this stuff going. And oh man, I tell you what, I thought I was retired, but I guess not. These people won't leave me alone, buddy.
No rest for the weary.
Yeah, or the wicked, buddy, or the wicked. And I'm one of them. But, yeah, I want everybody out there to know I'm alive. And don't worry, during the upcoming apocalypse, I will be checking in with you, Mr. Summers, to let the world know about their future president. Dang on, it's about to get bad, Steve. I'm just here to tell you, buddy. I'm the man that told you that Dogecoin was going to explode. I'm the man here that told you about all the great things that could happen. But we're in for a hard time, buddy. You know, this daggone debt ceiling and all this.
Right.
This is some sneaky stuff, buddy. What you got to worry about is when two political parties go silent. They're all talking about going on vacation, and you got to be back in 24 hours if we say so. Sounds like some midnight dealing, some backroom stuff going on. Sounds like some guys with crooked noses that smell like spaghetti brewing up something to me, buddy. And I'm telling you, them greenbacks in your wallet, that plastic card in your wallet, ain't gonna do you no good come July. This is all a big ploy to bring in the CBDC, buddy.
The
Central Bank
digital currency. Yeah.
That's right, buddy. They're going to come up with some midnight deal, gang of 15 or some crazy crap like that. You know what they always do, Steve. And them greenbacks in your pockets ain't going to be worth anything. Ain't going to be worth anything. So you just might as well forget about it. Buddy, I went out and I bought me a commercial grade food freeze dryer. It cost me about $5,000, buddy. And I've been freeze drying food. I got the redneck girls up here canning. I'm telling you, it's going to get bad. July, enjoy. Everybody enjoy Memorial Day, please. Go out, play horseshoes, drink beer. Just watch that one beer. I heard there was some transmission fluid in it from what I heard.
Yeah, right? I heard that.
Yeah, and, you know, you might want to watch that. But eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. You know what they always say, Steve? it's going to look good before it gets worse. And it's looking good. Just like that one caller you had. Yeah, he's rolling in the cash, hauling stuff into Chicago. Buddy, let me tell you. That sounds like some good rates. If I wasn't a retired man, I'd be up there working. I'd go buy a truck just to run that. But that's just me, Steve. And, you know, those people out there, you know, they don't want to take the risk. I understand it. It's a big leap. But a lot of guys will tell you, once you start working for yourself, doing your own deal, everything falls into place. But the bad part is, if it all goes to poo-poo, the only person you got to blame is yourself. So, you know, you can be large and in charge, but only blame yourself if it all goes to crap. But yeah, that you know, midnight dealing. But I do have some good news, Steve. Elon Musk is doing it again. Daggone, a short term, you can make you a lot of money. The tweets from Elon Musk, it's like repetitive. That little autistic man has made me all kinds of money, Steve. The other day, he was out saying, oh, I wouldn't throw the kitchen sink at Dogecoin. Well, he said that same thing right before Dogecoin took off before. And if everybody's lucky enough, they can take them $1,000 slinging on Dogecoin. And daggone, he's going to turn around and say, oh, Dogecoin to the moon, the whole market will turn around and it'll 10x. You turn that 1,000 to 10,000, take that 10,000 and buy gold and silver.
Cash out.
Because that's right. That's right. It's the only thing that's going to save any of us. Commodity. Y'all got any commodities out there? It doesn't even matter if it's horseplow. You know. There is a fertilizer shortage, Steve. And then we got train cars of fertilizer going with. You know. I mean, that's the same stuff that when I was a blasting technician on the strip mines, we'd take a pack daggone hole with it, about 10 foot. You know, right above the explosives. It don't take much. You can blow up a whole daggone mountain, buddy. Maybe 150 pounds of it, 200 pounds of it. You'd be surprised what it could do with one stick of dynamite. You wouldn't even need one stick.
Yeah,
Half the time we'd just put a quarter stick in there and then the fertilizer on top of it.
Well, we saw what it did in Oklahoma.
Yeah. That was just a little U-Haul, you know. Just imagine, you know, a whole train car. But old Sleepy Joe, he ain't got it under control. But I ain't gonna worry about what some politician does, Steve. I just gotta live my life and see what I see coming up. I'd like to tell all them fellers maybe listening overseas there at the old RAF there on the home base there. The inbred redneck one time over there at Lake and Heath there. Stay in there, boys. Keep on flying them secret missions. I got you back.
There you go.
You know, there's a lot of them out there in foreign countries, and everybody forgets about them, Steve, and we got to remember them. I was there 2 years. It was some fun times, but hey, whatever.
Hey, I can tell you
Well,
this:
buddy?
I can see what countries are being tuned in from, and we've had a regular listener for numerous nights now in Ukraine, believe it or not. We got a listener in France at this hour. We've got a listener in the Netherlands as we speak. We've got a handful there in Canada, so you never know. All right, there's the word, the inbred redneck. All right, a couple of things. Sometimes you look to put the pieces together. You don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but there's a couple stories that are somewhat disturbing to me from this past day. I don't want to get too far off track or get into the crazy conspiracy stuff, but we'll get to the news break and I'll come back and see what you think. We'll put these couple of stories together, see if there's any sort of tie-in between these things, which, again, to me, is a little bit disturbing. Memorial Day weekend. All right, despite the increasing celebration as a summer rite of passage, there are some formal rituals that are still on the books this weekend. I was not technically aware. The American flag should be hung at half-staff until the noon hour on Memorial Day, then raised to the top of the staff. Since the year 2000, when the U.S. Congress passed legislation, all Americans are encouraged to pause for a national moment of remembrance at 3 p.m. local time. The federal government has also used the holiday to honor non-veterans. The Lincoln Memorial was actually dedicated on Memorial Day of 1922. But again, all those years, I wasn't aware the flag was supposed to be at half-staff till the noon hour there on Memorial Day. So good to have you with us as we roll into a Friday. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. President Biden is feeling confident about an agreement to raise the debt ceiling.
I made it clear time and again that falling on our national debt is not an option. The American people deserve to know that the Social Security payments will be there. The Veterans Hospital will remain open.
Speaking from the White House Rose Garden, the president said talks between his administration and Speaker Kevin McCarthy's team have made progress. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he'd consider pardoning January 6 defendants and former President Trump if he's elected president. In an interview with the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, DeSantis said his administration would look at January 6 cases and aggressively issue pardons to those who were victims of weaponization or political targeting by the Department of Justice. The NBA Eastern Conference Finals tonight. The Celtics host the Miami Heat in Boston, Game 5. Miami leads the series 3-1. Dave Collins, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I mentioned some of the other countries tuned in. Of course, we know we've got some friends listening there in Australia. Yeah, I can only see who's on the overnightdriveradio.com app. So we know we've got Peter chiming in this morning. I don't know, is Sylvester checked in here this Friday morning? All right, I'll share some of the info from various sources. I get email blast from what is known as the Right Side News, a conservative news outlet, the Western Journal, the Epoch Times. Are you familiar with some of those? Let's see, Tyler Dursden, I believe, he's with Gateway Pundit. That's where this is the story he shared here this morning, and who forwarded that my way? One of our listening friends, I think it may have been Roy. They kind of threw this my direction. And about 2 o'clock this morning, he forwarded this to me from Tyler. And I already had the scenario, which I wasn't making much to do about it. But now I'm thinking, Microsoft on Wednesday warned that a Chinese state-sponsored hacking group known as Volt Typhoon has compromised critical U.S. cyber infrastructure across several industries, including manufacturing, construction, maritime, government, information technology, and education. The group, which has operated since 2021, is apparently working to disrupt critical communications infrastructure between the United States and Asia, as well as gather intelligence in order to weaken efforts during future crises. According to the advisory from Microsoft, which has directly notified targeted or compromised customers, the attack is apparently ongoing. The company has urged impacted customers to close or change credentials for all compromised accounts.
As Bloomberg notes, Guam, a U.S. island territory 1,600 miles east of Manila, has become an increasingly important military and strategic hub as tensions with China ratchet up, including the possibility that it might use its military to enforce its claim to the self-ruled island of Taiwan. Volt Typhoon initially gained access to the targeted organizations through internet-facing devices manufactured by Fortinet Incorporated. Fortinet, Fortinet Incorporated, a Sunnyvale, California-based cybersecurity company, according to Microsoft, adding it was still investigating how the hackers were able to access the equipment. The hackers used whatever privileges they could gain from the Fortinet devices to extract more credentials to authenticate to other devices on the networks. Microsoft said the hackers intended to perform espionage and maintain access without being detected for as long as possible. Again, that from Bloomberg. Meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security has warned the Chinese Communist Party presents a grave threat to the U.S. homeland, is actively working to undermine U.S. security and damage America's economic standing, according to a senior official. They have much more to that. The senior official, they're going to testimony that occurred earlier this week before a House Homeland Security Subcommittee on Counterterrorism, Law Enforcement, and Intelligence hearing. Obviously, the Chinese Communist Party is trying to undermine the United States. Subcommittee Chair Austin Pfluger of Texas painted the growing competition between the Chinese Communist Party and the United States as one between democratic norms and values and rampant authoritarianism. Now, the story that I had previously, which, again, now coming across what I just shared, this might make a bit more sense. Numerous reports have surfaced this week that at least 50 United States senators have been issued satellite phones that would aid in their communication in the event of a natural or man-made disaster. This issuance has sounded the alarm for some who were concerned that a potential cyber attack may be imminent, especially as U.S. relations with China and Russia have grown increasingly rocky, a.k.a. what we just shared. According to the Western Journal, just over 50 of today's 100 U.S. senators took advantage of the phones, which were dispensed by the Senate Sergeant-at-Arms Karen Gibson. Conservative commentator Rogan O'Handley commented on the situation on Twitter, noting that many are worried a cyber attack, maybe prior to the 2024 election, would be used to justify changes in voting procedures. You know, we had the other crisis, a.k.a. the COVID pandemic, that justified all these voting changes in 2020. Recall? He said, today we learned U.S. senators are being issued special satellite phones for this exact scenario. According to a report from CBS, Gibson stated the satellite phones were a security backstop in case a disruptive event were to potentially terminate communication channels in America. This rather disturbing turn of events comes as the world is perched on the verge of global conflict with Russia, as their continued aggressive incursion into Ukraine. The way the U.S. is going, we'll soon be in World War III with no ammunition. That's what Donald Trump said back in April. Right Side Broadcast News previously reported the U.S. appears to be careening toward conflict on the global stage as the Chinese have reportedly begun secretly supporting Russia with lethal aid in their push against Ukraine. Per the Western Journal, there is no verifiable reason for the U.S. government or military to believe that a cyber attack is imminent at this time. I don't know. You draw your own conclusions, but yeah, pretty weird. Yes, it is. All right, the unofficial, on a less serious note, the unofficial start of summer. Here it is. And what are we looking at? The Midwest, the Northeast. If you've got Memorial Day parades or barbecues, maybe kicking off that long-awaited vacation or start on some home improvement projects, you're in for a special treat, an extended period of dry, warm weather in store for the holiday weekend and beyond. For New England, the upper mid-Atlantic, and much of the Midwest, this Memorial Day weekend looks like one of the nicest from start to finish in recent memory. High pressure will extend west to east from the Great Lakes to New England, acting as a roadblock by preventing moisture from a storm in the southern U.S. To reach that region. That's the system that could become the tropical disturbance there for the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida. It looks like the northern edge of rain will reach maybe into parts of West Virginia, maybe the Delmarva Peninsula this weekend into early next week. If you're headed south for the holiday weekend, be prepared for the wet weather. And some in the Carolinas, maybe 2 to 4 inches. AccuWeather said could see 8 inches of rain along the coastal areas of the Carolinas. On the northern edge of the tropical moisture, clouds are likely in portions of the mid-Atlantic, the central Appalachians, and Ohio Valley. But dry air in the lower part of the atmosphere will limit any rain to a spotty shower, maybe during the latter half of the weekend. So, unlike Charlotte, which may have a washout for the Coca-Cola 600, for the Indianapolis 500, coming up Sunday, the weather will be dry, temperatures reaching the middle to upper 70s, with plenty of sunshine. Humidity levels will be low. Of course, the real field temperature will be well into the 80s, given the intensity of the sun. So spectators are going to want to stay hydrated, and don't forget your sunscreen. Along the coast in the Northeast, temperatures forecast can become a little tricky because of the sea breezes. Water temperatures from the 50s along the New England coast to the 60s along the mid-Atlantic shoreline. Air temperature will rise to levels that'll be a bit of historic seasonal averages. Boston, New York City, where Fleet Week, we mentioned earlier, is underway. Highs each day, the extended weekend, mainly in the 70s. Areas where you have the sea breeze occurring in some neighborhoods, temperatures may be in the 60s and maybe even in the 50s for a time. So there you go. That's looking good for some parts of the country. It is 844-844-3388. Eagle, got you coming up here momentarily. Pappy is on board. Hey, Pappy, what's going on?
What's happening, Steve? Memorial Day weekend, my man.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, sir. Take the time to remember those who have fallen, who gave the ultimate price for defending our freedoms, right? Steve, I think the best way to honor these fallen right now is I don't think in the history of our country that we're this close to losing it. We've been warned. I think it was Mark Twain that stated that fall from within. And I think we owe it to these people that have given their lives for our freedoms not to let that happen. Like 5-7 was talking about, get out and vote. Steve, we mentioned this a couple weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago. Is China running out of time, Steve? 2024 going to be here before you know it.
Yeah.
It's only a year and a half away. If they see the cards on the table that Democrats might lose, and especially if Trump gets reelected, what are they going to do? Guam is more than a little rock, Steve. In the middle of the.
I mean, I know it seems like in recent weeks we have been sending more of our naval assets into that region, just to be prepared for if something breaks in Taiwan.
Yeah, it's part of the 7th Fleet out there. Steve, when I was in the Navy, I remember having a couple conversations when I was stationed. I was actually just out of boot going to A school down in Memphis for AO, Aviation Ordnance. There was a guy I knew. I wouldn't say he was a buddy because I didn't know him all that long. But his orders came in. He was going to Guam. I remember Guam. What the hell's on Guam? Man. Let's just say Guam's very, very important. And something's up with this little cyber attack thing here. It's my guess. It's not an accident.
Now, I mentioned that, and that's the first I had seen it, but you shared a link from day before yesterday from actually the New York Times, which says Chinese malware hits systems in Guam. Is Taiwan the real target? And that was pretty much, I guess, the same thing I was sharing about the Microsoft advisory.
Yes, sir.
And then you shared from the Washington Times, right? Mainstream news outlets. The Washington Times. Senate issues at least 50 satellite phones as security measure. That's May the 22nd, so 3 days ago.
Well, Steve, we all know what satellite phones are. In case there's a communication breakdown, right?
Mm-hmm.
As long as the satellites are still up there. We know they can be taken out. Yeah, I don't know, Steve. Like I said, man, be prepared.
How many years have I been saying we're going? Everything's going. Yeah, internet, digital. It's all compromisable. I don't care how good your security is. Someone else out there has a better way to train a hacker. And our water, our electricity, our utilities, everything is reliant on that damn communication of it. I mean, I lost my internet connection earlier this week. Remember that one night about 2:30, 3:30, whatever it was? Internet went out. I lost all connection with everything. So I went dark.
Yes, sir.
Luckily, it was only about 10 minutes and we were back up. But
remember the hacks a couple years ago, Steve? What the heck was that? Was that an energy company down there in the South?
The pipeline. The
pipeline.
The pipeline.
Yeah, the pipeline deal. There's a lot of experts say that if China hits Taiwan, there's going to be a major cyber attack first, if not an EMP attack, if they go in full bore, right about the time they do that naval blockade. Let's talk about the debt ceiling. Bongino was talking about the debt ceiling today, Steve. He said it's June 1st. The House asked the secretary to provide her numbers, right, her proof on if this isn't settled, that, our debt's going to go unpaid come June 1st or 8th, like you mentioned. She's refusing to give him any info, Steve. She's just saying, June 1st, we're in trouble. Okay, well, prove it. She's refusing to cooperate with him. They're talking about having to subpoena her to get her to come up on the Hill.
Wow.
This might just be a whole hoax, Steve. And Biden, dude, he's been saying for how long? And the press secretary, man, Bongino played a clip. Multiple clips of her saying, we're not compromising, we're not negotiating with the Republicans. It's blah, blah, blah. This is how it's got to be. And what was it today or yesterday? Yeah, we've been trying to work with the Republicans, but they don't want to work with us.
Right.
Flat out lying again, straight in the camera. I mean, he always shows you the proof. He doesn't, you know what I'm saying? AOC up on the Hill saying that the Republicans they need to pass, Steve, we already passed something. We already passed a bill that increases the debt limit, presented it to Biden with the stipulation on all these cuts that they were recommending. Am I right or wrong?
To reduce spending, correct. And they said absolutely not. Absolutely no way.
Yeah.
Because most of it was cutting his Green New Deal agenda. They're hell-bent and determined they're not going to relent on the Green New Deal.
But they're up there trying to say that the House didn't do it. They're not doing anything. Well, they did. And they increased the debt limit that a lot of people were against. So they should hold to their guns and say, hey, listen, here's the bill we passed. You are getting your way. We're increasing the debt limit. And that's what they're arguing about right now, is probably to make a revote on what they want to cut. They're probably trying to get them to cut the amount of cuts that they want to make. Man, I've seen another video, Steve, a journalist, real quick. I'll get off here, man, down on the border. These journalists were down there taking videos of a crossing. I believe it was called Eagle's Nest down there in Texas, near a border crossing. Tell me if you heard this. That the ones crossing, there was buses lined up. And the younger males that were coming across, they were taking them out, all the younger males of fighting age, right? Putting them on these buses and transporting them to these federal camps, so to speak, that has been set up. And the reporters managed to talk to some locals, and some of the local authorities, even the sheriffs, weren't advised and had no idea that these camps have been set up by the federal government, probably FEMA, if I'm guessing. And so they followed one of the buses, and they weren't greeted very happily, Steve, when they got there. There's no way for me to share it.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I don't know what's going on down there. Keep your eye on this. See if you hear anything, coming up. And CBS did a hit on Biden real quick, pretty much throwing Hunter under the table here, along with the big guy. And so that's another thing is, why is CBS now, right, coming out and pretty much showing that Biden's in trouble?
I've got this story from for CBS News. It's the IRS, the whistleblower, I guess, has surfaced once again. All of a sudden, sounding the alarm on the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Yep.
one more thing before I forget. Oh, man. The clothing store that's providing Target with these clothing apparel that we talked about last night. You remember this several months ago, where this same clothing apparel company were using children to model some of these very explicit clothing line, showing these children in very explicit positions, like with neck chains on, some of this. Do you remember what I'm talking about, Steve?
I think I remember that. Yep.
Yeah. Well,
some of the almost like bondage type attire stuff.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for. And there was a local, I think it was CBS, did an article on this too, and they actually, in their article, see if you can see it, find it, talked about how they have this clothing company has
kind of grooming the kids. Yeah, I gotta hit my news break. I apologize.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The White House and House Republicans are having productive discussions to raise the debt ceiling as a possible default could happen in early June.
You've heard all the congressional leaders make it clear that default is not an option. The president has said that, the speaker has said that, and we want the American people to understand that as well.
That's what Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters, adding that negotiators from the Biden administration and Speaker Kevin McCarthy's team have been meeting around the clock to hammer out a deal. Democrats, meanwhile, are criticizing McCarthy and Republicans for sending members home for Memorial Day weekend before securing a deal to avert a default. An international coalition will start training Ukrainian pilots to fly F-16 fighter jets as Russia's war on Ukraine continues. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters the training will be a significant undertaking. He said the Netherlands and Denmark will lead the training in Europe in the coming weeks. Expect a big travel surge for Memorial Day weekend as nearly 43 million Americans will be heading out for the holiday. Gas is down more than $1 from Memorial Day weekend of last year. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he'd consider pardoning January 6 defendants and former President Trump if he's elected president.
I'm going to do on day one, I will have folks that will get together and look at all these cases who people are victims of weaponization or political targeting, and we will be aggressive at issuing pardons.
He made the comments in an interview with the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show. He argued prosecutors have not been pursuing justice equally. Trump is currently facing a federal investigation over his role in the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. A subscription service that lets film fans see up to 30 movies in theaters each month is relaunching. MoviePass is back under new ownership after going bankrupt in 2020. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Stars are honoring music icon Tina Turner, who died Wednesday at the age of 83. Angela Bassett, who was nominated for an Oscar for her portrayal of Turner in What's Love Got to Do with It, said she was simply the best. Motown legend Diana Ross said she's shocked and saddened. Rolling Stones frontman Mick Jagger said Turner was enormously talented. Student loan forgiveness, more bumps in the road on that.
House Republicans have passed a plan to cancel President Biden's student loan forgiveness program, and that is not sitting well with the White House.
The same Republican lawmakers objecting to student debt relief are refusing to cut billions of dollars in handouts to big oil. They even had their own loans forgiven.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president will veto that bill if it makes its way to his desk. The plan would give up to $20,000 in loan forgiveness to borrowers. I'm John Schaefer.
The company that owns Facebook is slashing business teams in its final round of layoffs. Meta Platforms Incorporated on Wednesday said it carried out its last batch of layoffs this year as part of a plan to eliminate 10,000 jobs. Dozens of Meta employees announced on LinkedIn that they were being laid off. Peloton now allowing free membership. The exercise bike company announced a branch relaunch on Tuesday. It now has 3 different membership tiers, including one that's free. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, we are back on a Friday as we set to remember those who have given their all. Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, same time, unofficial kickoff to summertime. We left off there. The story was back in November. So, yeah, several months ago. It was a different apparel company. New York Post ran the story. Balenciaga, I believe is the way you pronounce it. Balenciaga. On under fire after showing online 2 young girls holding up stuffed animals dressed in what appears to be bondage gear in an advertisement. In one image, a ginger-haired little girl sporting a T-shirt from the brand while holding the strap connected to a white bear that was in a vest with a padlocked choker under its neck. In another, a brunette child donned a blue outfit clutching a purplish plush animal sporting similar BDSM attire, bondage attire. Let's see, some of the comments were, I thought people were trolling, but no, it's real. Maybe this is why Balenciaga left Twitter. They don't want to be held accountable. Yes, these are children holding teddy bears dressed in bondage outfits. Another said, the brand Balenciaga just did an interesting photo shoot for their new products, which included a very purposely poorly hidden court document about virtual child pornography. This is gross and infuriating. I try my best to avoid what seems like conspiracies here on Twitter, but they intentionally included this child porn reference in their photo shoot. Let's see. Even if the rest is too conspiracy theory for the small-brained people out there, why would you have a child holding a teddy bear with bondage gear on? This is just gross. And on the comments go. But, yeah, that was back in November, Pappy.
Yeah, Steve, I just emailed you a photo. The company that had their line in Target.
Correct.
They got some satanic stuff out there, too.
Satan respects pronouns. I had seen that T-shirt. They've got the T-shirts. They got like hat pins that say the same thing. Satan respects pronouns.
Steve, it just goes to show that anyone, right, is willing to subject children to this type of behavior, this type of information, is just flat out evil, Steve. There's no other way to describe it. It's that simple.
Correct.
Hey, real quick, I'm going to get off here. I want to give 2 shout-outs. One to the 2-time world champ manure hauler, Monkey Gouger. Give him a shout-out. And then the other one, Steve, I know he's on the air listening, man. I want to give a special shout-out to the great American patriot, the American Eagle. He's been flying high these last couple of nights because he's a true patriot. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. I appreciate his calls. With that said, I'm gonna get off here, Steve. Let you rock and roll. And
all right,
happy Memorial
hang
weekend.
on just a second here. We got a follow up here. Go ahead. But you got something about donuts or what?
Hey, Pappy, what you doing, baby?
What is up, my man?
Hey, everything good. I just called to see if you get your fill of donuts tonight.
Man, you know I got a dozen sitting out there on the table.
Say you got that Krispy Kremes, right?
Let me tell you something, though. Unfortunately, it don't sound like any fish are going to be committing suicide on Monday for you, man.
I just wanted to jump back in and holler at you and tell you, man, please be careful over this holiday weekend, because I'm going to tell you what, every fool in the world is on the highway tonight. And
I'm going to be real careful. I'm going to be real careful for the Monkey Gouger because I am off, man. I don't go back till actually Monday on Memorial Day. I go back Be working Monday and Tuesday, catching the traffic coming back inbound, I guess. But yeah, man, I'm just gonna kick back and take it easy, drink a couple cold ones, not the Budweiser, not that brand. We gave that up, man.
Well, look at, I heard a story about you the other night, and I said, no, that couldn't be Pappy. No, that didn't happen to my man. He said, you did a road check and said these two drunks come up there to the road check, and you looked at them and said, hey, look here, say, you been drinking? And they looked at you and said, well, have you been eating a lot of donuts? And said, your eyes are glazed over. And they said, well, what about your drinking? About that time they slapped two of them Budweiser beer things on their forehead and said, no, we own the pants. We trying to knock off. Now, there's truth to that.
I can't confirm or deny them allegations.
Well, when I heard that, I said, I got to hear it from the source, you know. I didn't know they was pulling my leg or what was going on. I said, but I've asked old Pappy about that thing and see if there's any truth to that. But I said, I've heard it all now. They on the pants, they quit drinking. Oh, yeah, okay. But look here, I'm going to let you jump off here because Eagle be sleep on us. And Steve, thank you for taking my call.
All right, thank you much,
hey,
guys.
Look here. And you got that fire barrel fired up. You out there looking up in the sky, smoking them cigars and drinking that good Coors beer.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Just making sure. We'll see y'all later.
All right, guys. Have a good weekend. Thank you, Pappy. 10-4. All right. Let's see. Eagle, you hanging in there? You didn't doze off on us, did you?
Yes. Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. Good morning. What's happening?
Yeah, you got a couple people ahead of me. I didn't think there'd be too many people calling in tonight because it's the holiday. But yeah, I'm out here on the road. Look like I'm going to have to stay out on the road this weekend. I went home last week, so I'm going to have to spend Memorial Day. I'll probably end up getting me a hotel room on Sunday, wherever the hell I'm at, and there ain't going to be too many loads moving, so I'll probably get a hotel room and relax and watch the car race on Sunday. Watch the action. Hopefully it'll be a good race on Sunday night. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Well, some other things, Steve. I wanted to ask you about the schedule. Are you gonna be on Sunday night or Monday? You gonna be closed those 2 nights?
I will be. I will not be live Sunday night, Monday morning. Be back Monday night, Tuesday morning. So I get a 3-day weekend like everybody else.
Oh, so you'll be working Memorial Day in the night.
Monday night into Tuesday morning. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, but you're not gonna be here on Sunday night. Okay. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's all right. I'll be here watching the car race at that time anyway. More than likely, it's usually not over until about 11 or 12 o'clock at night. You know, because they're driving 600 miles. I never have figured out why they hold a race. You know, so late in the day. You know, they need to hold it a little bit earlier. You know, I think it doesn't start until like 5 or 6 o'clock at night. Coca-Cola 600. So yeah, it'll probably be late 11, 12 o'clock at night before they finish the race. So yeah, I'll be watching that. But yeah, Steve, a couple things I want to talk about, man. I'm just totally disgusted with what I seen on today. If it wasn't up, do you realize, Steve? Do you know how much money? Let me put it to you this way, Steve. Have you ever stayed in a hotel room that was $400 a night?
Not if I'm paying for it.
Well, have you seen the video out of New York of these immigrants? They have these immigrants housed up in a hotel room, and they saying it's costing $400 a night, and they're saying that these immigrants are just having a good time. They got their legs kicked back. watching television, dancing and partying, and just having a good old time. You know, and the people, you know, like I said, I could care less about the mayor of New York. He's a joke anyway. The good, whatever happens to him, happens to him. But I'm saying the amount of money that they're spending on these rooms, and it's just amazing, Steve. What is going on right now? Did you hear about the price of these rooms? These people are saying.
I did not realize. I thought the government was paying the hotels $160 a night or something.
Yeah, even that's a lot of money, especially for somebody that's here illegally, Steve. I never in my life thought I would see this happening in America, where we're actually taking care of people, where they're actually putting people in hotel rooms and letting these people just. It makes no sense. It makes no sense what's going on, Steve. And I thought the United States. I thought we supposed to be reaching the debt ceiling. They keep talking about having meetings on we're running out of money. They don't act like we're running out of money, Steve. They don't act like we're running out of money when Joe Biden is steady giving Ukraine money, when he's steady giving away planes now, and now he's giving away all for free cell phone. I've seen that for myself on television. These people are getting these aliens are getting cell phones, and I think somebody said they're getting $800 cash money, Steve. I never thought I was. This is unbelievable. What this Joe Biden is doing. I never seen something so ridiculous in my life. And you know, here's the thing that amazes me, Steve. They keep saying that we don't know what to do with these people. Like it's so hard to figure out. Well, how about my man? How about you charter some buses and you charter some Greyhounds and you head them back down south and take these people back to their home? Why won't you? What's so hard about doing that? But like I said before, these people got the wrong agenda when it comes to this whole deal. It's just really sad what's going on, Steve. You know, when you got veterans, you know, you talking about Memorial Day, Joe Biden has even had the nerve to kick veterans out of hotel rooms, people, because they make more money off of the immigrants than they do a veteran. They've stooped to all-time lows in the last couple of months. The things that you would never see in America, Steve, you right before your eyes, it's going down. So, and one other thing, I want to talk about the Donald Trump and DeSantis deal right quick, Steve. Now, what I told you before last week, Steve, I'm hoping that these two guys don't engage in a verbal back and forth with each other, because there are too many things to focus on when it comes to Joe Biden. I know that these two guys are running for the same position, but you got to realize who your real competition is, and that's Joe Biden. You know, Donald Trump. You you don't need to go with the back and forth, the insults and all that. Just talk about the policies, which man has the better agenda between the two, which man is going to get the job done between the governor and Trump. That's what I'm concerned with. These insults and all this verbal talking is not benefiting nobody but Joe Biden. So hopefully they can come together, Steve, as one unit and try to do the right thing, and so we can make this thing happen, make America great again. And I want to say one last thing to you, Steve, before I hang up with you for Memorial Day. All the other people out there have a nice Memorial Day. But I want you to ask yourself, the people that are listening to me tonight, I want you to ask yourself this one question when it comes to Joe Biden and the Democrats, the people that are running the country right now. Have you heard Joe Biden in the last 3 years say that he wanted to make America great again, to make America great for Americans? That's right. I said Americans, not aliens, not illegals. Name me one time Joe Biden has said he wants to make America great. I bet you can't do it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Hi, Eagle. Have a great weekend. And I don't know that we're actually going to get a chance to see a race there come Sunday night. See, it's not Monday night. Coca-Cola 600 Sunday. I guess that's because you got the Indianapolis 500 that kicks off like noon, 1 o'clock, something like that. And you get a couple hours break after that, and 6 o'clock is the stated start time for the Coca-Cola 600 Sunday evening. But right now the forecast is, today going to be an okay day in Charlotte. Should be able to get the truck race in tonight. Begin to see a better chance of rain on Saturday. I guess, question mark, will they get the Xfinity race in? They said it's like a 70% chance of rain by the time the Cup qualifying is supposed to begin there on Saturday night. I guess if they don't get the qualifying in, they'll just have to start by the points or whatever. And Sunday, looks like there's a good chance of rain. Plan on rain off and on throughout the day. All right, 22 past the hour. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we shared a handful of this day in history scenarios this week. Yeah, and this week also would have been the anniversary 12 years ago. The deadliest tornado since 1950, hitting the town of Joplin, Missouri. That was Sunday, May the 22nd of 2011. 161 fatalities, over 1,000 people injured, over 8,000 buildings damaged in that city, including 2 local hospitals, cars, Life Flight helicopter. Tattered in front of the Joplin Regional Medical Center. Said damage there in Joplin, Missouri was over $3 billion in 2023 cash. After that storm, the National Weather Service actually changed how they issue tornado warnings, confirming when they've been sighted on the ground instead of estimating with radar data. Joplin was also the first large disaster response to take place on social media. Eyewitnesses News gathering by news outlets, people leading Facebook groups, offering help to victims. Also this week, in other weather history, matter of fact, this is the 26th of May. It was today, the 26th and the 27th, in 1771, way back in time. It was the Great James River Flood that killed 150 people in the Richmond, Virginia area. George Washington called this the late Great Calamity. Thomas Jefferson described it as the greatest flood ever known. Then it was May the 27th, tomorrow, in 1994, that we actually had a late-season snowstorm across part of northern Vermont and upstate New York on up into Maine. I mean, almost into the month of June. You wouldn't expect snow this time of year. All right, I'll tell you what, we'll get to Gilligan. Hang in there since we're just a little over a minute from news break. Pappy brought up the Hunter Biden thing. CBS News covering this. Yes, CBS. The Internal Revenue Service whistleblower who sounded the alarm on the Department of Justice handling of the Hunter Biden tax probe broke his silence Wednesday evening. The IRS agent blew the whistle on the Department of Justice investigation into Biden's son, Gary Shapley, who's been with the agency for 14 years, believed it was his duty to draw attention to the probe and felt prosecutors were mishandling such a high-profile, controversial case. He said there were multiple steps that were slow-walked or just completely not done at the direction of the Justice Department. When I took control of this particular investigation, I immediately saw deviations from the normal process. It was way outside the norm of what I've experienced in the past. The years-long investigation into Biden has led the U.S. Attorney for the District of Delaware, who was appointed by Trump. The probe's been reviewing Biden's debts during his father's vice presidency. Going back to the time on the board with Burisma. Tell you a little more about what Shapley had to say coming up. Right now, though, a news break.
USA News Update. President Biden is feeling confident about an agreement to raise the debt ceiling.
I made it clear time and again that falling on our national debt is not an option. The American people deserve to know that the Social Security payments will be there. The Veterans Hospital will remain open.
Speaking from the White House Rose Garden, the president said talks between his administration and Speaker Kevin McCarthy's team have made progress. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he'd consider pardoning January 6 defendants and former President Trump if he's elected president. In an interview with the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, DeSantis said his administration would look at January 6 cases and aggressively issue pardons to those who were victims of weaponization or political targeting by the Department of Justice. The NBA Eastern Conference Finals tonight. The Celtics host the Miami Heat in Boston, Game 5. Miami leads the series 3-1. Dave Collins, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3600. 3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Where we leave off? Oh, yeah, the CBS report. Happy kind of questioning, is the mainstream turning on Biden? For a couple of years, Shapley said, now this is the IRS whistleblower, once again. For a couple of years, we'd been noticing these deviations in the investigative process, and I just couldn't, fathom that the Department of Justice might be actually acting unethically on this. In October, the FBI leaked that its agents gave sufficient evidence to the prosecutors to charge Biden with criminal tax fraud. Charges have yet to be brought. Now, Shapley worried that Biden was being protected during this investigation and blew the whistle. Each and every time, it seemed it always would benefit the subject, he says. And it just got to the point where that switch was turned on, and I just could not silence my conscience anymore. That's a 14-year IRS agent. Again, broke his silence. Okay, hello to Rick this morning in Columbus, Ohio. Just a personal note there. I got your hat in the mail yesterday, day before. I'll try to get that turned around for you this weekend. Just a heads up there. So, meanwhile, 844-3388. Gilligan, what's happening this Friday?
Oh, not much there, Steve. Just
driving up 220 eating Reezy Cups on normal gig. Shout out to Captain there. You know, he's serving our country and keeping people safe there. I'm glad he's at least on some of it. I've been seeing some heavy traffic tonight. A lot of people's been saying that, Bill. Seems like people are getting started early. That's nothing new. Get a couple days vacation so they can get out and leave earlier. Maybe there'll be less traffic tomorrow night, but I doubt it. Talking about earlier, this is for the fallen veterans, the people that gave their life for this country. It used to be mentioned years ago on a regular basis, but what always I harken back to, are you familiar with the Bataan Death March of World War II?
I do, yes, I do recall hearing about it. I don't remember the story off the top of my head, though.
Well, early 1942, Japanese invaded the Philippines. Unfortunately, they were taking the island. They drove our forces all the way down to the Bataan Peninsula. There was approximately 75,000 troops there. Now, if memory serves me right, about 60-some thousand of them were Filipino troops. But there was about 10,000 of our own troops that ended up surrendering. They was out of food, they was out of fresh water, they was out of ammunition. You know, they marched these poor men. I think it's 65. I remember I read a little while ago. I'm driving now. I think it was 65 miles up to Manila to be in a POW camp. And it was just brutal what these Japanese soldiers done to these men. I mean, if they couldn't walk, they just kill them. You know, they bayonet them. They shoot, you know, whatever. And thousands. I don't think anybody was ever able to pinpoint the number of men that lost their life in that. But it was definitely in the thousands. The major general that was the head of that division at the end of World War II, when they finally got released from the camp, you know, the Japanese had gotten him so convinced that he was a traitor for surrendering that he thought for sure that he was going to be on trial and executed. But of course, you know, we think it's totally different than the Japanese at that time. You know, we don't live by the rules of samurai. Instead, he was promoted from Major General to Lieutenant General, come back a hero. It was a horrible time. I mean, it could go on and on all night. You know, like the men that fought the Joseph Wilson Reservoir in Korea. Then, I can't remember the spot. I'm downright embarrassed that the 8th of November, the song of Big and Rich is about. You know,
Yep.
they were surrounded. You know, it's just amazing. You know, there's so many stories of so many men and women, as 5-7 brought up on the call. You know, yes, there's women out there that lost their life to defend this country. I worked with a lady. Now, she was a Vietnam vet. She was a combat medic in Vietnam. I just can't imagine being a combat medic, let alone being a lady out there, you know, in that mess. It's just amazing. Well, anyway, Steve, I just figured I would bring up a point in history that seems to be very little mentioned to, or at least I don't hear a lot about the Bataan Death March, but it's always holding me. I thank you to all the veterans out there, but yes, this is Memorial Day. This isn't Veterans Day. Still, thanks to all the veterans, and I hope everybody has a good and safe Memorial Day weekend. Take care.
Thank you much, Gilligan. You do the same, right? Appreciate you chiming in there. All right, Virgin Galactic completing what's expected to be their final test flight this past day before taking paying customers on brief trips to space.
6 of the company's employees, including 2 pilots, landed at Spaceport America in southern New Mexico after the short up and down flight. They included a few minutes of weightlessness. Took about an hour before the mothership to carry the space plane to an altitude of 44,500 feet, where it was released and fired its rocket motor to make that final push. Successful boost. We've reached space, tweeted Virgin Galactic, reaching an altitude of 54.2 miles before gliding back down to the runway. This flight nearly 2 years after the founder, Richard Branson, beat his fellow billionaire Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and his rocket company Blue Origin into space. Bezos ended up flying 9 days later from West Texas, and Blue Origin has since launched several passenger trips. Federal aviation authorities banned Virgin Galactic launches after Branson's flight to investigate a mishap. Galactics have been working for more than a decade to send paying passengers on short space hops, and in 2021 finally won the federal government's approval. The initial commercial flight expected later this year will include members of the Italian Air Force, who will conduct experiments. Next will come customers who purchased tickets years ago for their chance at weightlessness aboard a winged spacecraft that launches from the belly of a plane. That's at about 800 tickets have been sold over the past 10 years. The initial batch going for like 200,000 each. Tickets now will run you $450,000 per person. What's $500,000 for a quick couple of minutes of weightlessness? All right. Well, if you got the money, what the heck? You can't take it with you, right? Scarecrow on a Friday. What's going on?
Well, Steve, we're playing catch up to program earlier here. I caught bits and pieces. You touched a couple of times this week on that missing fertilizer there.
Yes.
You also commented on the mirror explosion down there. I'm sure in the past we've been down to that Memorial, Oklahoma City, a couple of times, and they've well-preserved areas, that they've left exactly as it took place, after the bombing. It's hard to fathom that something can create so much destructive power from just the most simple of ingredients and such. So yeah, if anybody at all has a chance to visit the memorial down there, take it in, and there's no doubt, in the computer age now, I'm sure one can learn a whole lot more than what one can even take in by visiting down there. But yeah, it's amazing, the destructive power of of that. And then I gotta get my thoughts together here. We know the trucking industry here, Steve, is flush with drivers who come from the Jeffrey Bodine tree of dumbass, the dumbass limb. Well, and they don't all drive for a packaging delivery company with huge red and blue letters on the side of the trailer. No. Some fall into what Log Hauler was talking about, the dumbasses out there that they'll find 4 or 5 miles an hour, extra road speed once you get up alongside them and such, which is terrific for those of us that are choked off at a ridiculously slow speed and such. And one of my favorites too are those that come out of rest areas. They slide over and give them room. Well, they're in the mindset all that matters in life is to get up to their choked off speed, set the cruise, and to hell with the world around them. You know, never mind that they have now left you out to dry in that left lane, which by now is got quite of a cluster of traffic building up behind you. Yeah, and you got nothing left on the pedal to get out of trouble, so you got nothing else to do but have to back out of it, and hopefully nobody is, you're going to be able to slide in behind that that airhead and stare at his trailer for the next couple hours. But yeah, they're out there and all around us. Now that I've offended a lot of these package delivery drivers, profiling, night before last. I think I know more about your business than you do.
Oh, yeah?
I know where your terminals are. Oh, I know where their terminals are. I know where their drop and hook yards are. They don't seem to know where they are. Madison, Wisconsin. We're less than a mile from their exit, and here comes it's a bunk unit. He's maybe running 70 or so. He pulls out, starts his pass. We're under a mile from the exit, and once he completes his pass, I see it coming. I know what's going to happen. So I didn't even wait for his signal to come on. I got over in the left lane, and had I stayed in that lane, I'd have been braking pretty damn hard because on come the brake lights, and and all that mattered. That was all was on his mind to get to that exit. It didn't matter if he was actually saving any time or causing grief around him or whatnot. So if you don't want to be labeled as a dumbass, don't be a dumbass. It's not that hard to figure out. And this scenario, Steve, it's repeated itself many times, over the years and whatnot, up and down 90, 94 for myself their way. It just, the whole common sense, scenario just does not come into play. I'll just skip over the casualness. It's too casual for today. On a brighter note here, by this time next Friday, Stewie, i.e., Scarecrow Junior #1, he should be in command of the 5th Reconnaissance Squadron over in South Korea. Now, the squadron is technically still out of Beale and Sacramento, but he'll be in charge of our U-2 presence in Korea there at Osan Air Force Base, and so I'm going to be sharing some of that Papa Pride that Mr. Rambler has been sharing in the last few weeks with us here too. A Rambler? Yeah, I'm going to steal a little of that pride from you there, bud. And hopefully by the program time, I'll have a report from maybe the daughter-in-law or such as to what has taken place, if anything to make note of. And with that, if I need to throw some real casualness at you, Steve, I'll come on down the very tail here.
Okay.
That's all for now.
All right. Thank you very much, Scarecrow. You have a good weekend. Yes, indeed. So, folks already hitting the road as our drivers are reporting in. So I guess you're kicking off the summer travel season with gas at $3.56 per gallon. About $1 less than it was this time a year ago. $1.50, as a matter of fact, from last summer's peak. Motorists enjoying so-called a Goldilocks market, or one that's considered, they say, just right for gasoline. Production is strong, prices are moderate. Product supplied, a proxy for demand, is up like 2.5% year over year, according to the Energy Information Administration. Helping to moderate this year's prices, crude oil prices, the largest component of retail gas prices, are down 31% from some of the peaks we saw last year after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Refiners continue to run their plants at about a 90% utilization rate, so a steady flow of fuel for summer demand. Oil future prices are also cooler this year, in part because of worries of a recession, which would actually dampen demand. Refiners are happy with this kind of price, at least for the time being. All right. It may not be worry-free cruising later this year, as gasoline stocks are pretty tight. Supplies are down about 1.5% from a year ago. And some major refining outages could undercut new supplies. And there you go, 9 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. We will return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, meanwhile, earlier this week, another star was added to the CIA memorial. Story in 1969, John Price Evans was traveling to Laos on official orders in his position as State Department Southeast Asia medical officer. When the DC-3 airliner he and his wife were passengers in began to experience engine trouble. While attempting an emergency landing, the plane crashed near the Mekong River in Thailand. Evans was killed in the crash along with 3 other passengers. His wife survived. Now, earlier this week, Tuesday the 23rd, the CIA added a star in honor of Evans on the CIA memorial wall, bringing the number of stars to 140. CIA Director William Burns marked the occasion with a promise to remember those who had given their lives to service. We stand before these 140 stars, not only with gratitude, but with reverence to our fallen heroes. We'll never forget their sacrifice. We'll never forget their devotion. According to the press release on the memorial webpage, Evans graduated Temple University Medical School in 1942, served as a physician for the U.S. Army through several conflicts, including World War I, Korea, and Vietnam. Also served as a medical officer for the CIA, senior medical advisor to the Shah of Iran and the Iranian army, and senior medical advisor to the Korean army. After 23 years of military service, retired at the rank of colonel in 1967, taking that position as the State Department Southeast Medical Officer. Following that crash, he was interred at Arlington National Cemetery. In 1999, his wife passed and joined him there at Arlington. Her headstone reads simply, his wife. But the CIA Memorial Wall in the original CIA headquarters built in Langley, Virginia. Some of the stars have names. However, due to the nature of the agent's work, some stars are actually placed with anonymity. A book of honor accompanies those stars, listing the names of the identified agents. Today, 37 of those stars do not carry names. Prior to Evans this week, the last stars were added in 2022, honoring 2 undercover agents at that time as we head into Memorial Day weekend. And, of course, looks like we've got our final hour just ahead here, and lines available at 844-844-3388.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The Supreme Court siding with a couple who've been battling the government, trying to develop an Idaho Panhandle property, effectively limiting the EPA's authority. The case centers on the Clean Water Act of 1972. The ruling will limit the federal government's authority to regulate pollution in wetland areas. That as Arizona's governor took time Thursday to celebrate a major water conservation deal to sustain the Colorado River and
refocus our efforts on post-2026 plans so we can continue to grow and prosper for generations to come.
Governor Katie Hobbs speaking there in a deal with the Biden administration. California, Arizona, and Nevada will curtail water use from the Colorado River. Expect a big travel surge for Memorial Day weekend as nearly 43 million Americans will be heading out for the holiday. Here's Maggie Vespa from Chicago.
Bit of a mixed bag of expectations for those traveling for the Memorial Day weekend, but we'll start with the good news. Gas is down. Here in Chicago, it's at $4.79 for a gallon of regular. The national average this morning, according to AAA, is $3.57.
Down more than $1 from Memorial Day weekend of last year. President Biden updated the debt ceiling negotiations late Thursday, saying there is progress being made toward a deal to raise the limit.
I made it clear time and again defaulting on our national debt is not an option. The American people deserve to know that the Social Security payments will be there. The Veterans Hospital will remain open.
Speaking from the White House Rose Garden, the president emphasized the negotiations are about outlines of what the budget will look like and not about default. On that note, House Republican Freedom Caucus members are raising the stakes, and House Democrats aren't guaranteeing full support of a debt ceiling deal. Hardline GOP Freedom Caucus members sent Speaker Kevin McCarthy a letter Thursday making more stringent budget demands. This is USA News.
So, you need life insurance, right? Protection for your family? But who has time to meet with an agent? You're busy. But what if there was a better way? A way to protect your family, your loved ones, make sure you can send your kids to college, keep the family home, no matter what happens? Well, you can. With no agent visit, no medical exam, no blood work, none of the stuff that makes life insurance a hassle. Go to ethosliferadio.com. That's ethosliferadio.com. Ethos Life Radio is a 100% online buying platform for life insurance powered by Ethos. We match you after a simple online interview with a life insurance policy that matches your needs at the best price. EthosLifeRadio.com shops your policy to over 100 carriers instantly to get you the best price. And best of all, EthosLifeRadio.com is a marketplace. This is not a lead source. Your information will not just be sold with endless emails, calls, and texts. We give you the opportunity to buy life insurance online. Simple, in less than 15 minutes online, with no medical exam if you qualify. Do the right thing for your family today. Go to EthosLifeRadio.com. EthosLifeRadio.com.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he would consider pardoning January 6th defendants and former President Trump.
The 2024 presidential candidate made the comments in an interview with the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show.
I'm going to do on day one, I will have folks that will get together and look at all these cases who people are victims of weaponization or political targeting.
DeSantis argued prosecutors have not been pursuing justice equally. Trump is currently facing a federal investigation over his role in the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. I'm Dave Collins.
Politicians are getting a little salty inside the chambers of Congress, as evidenced this week when Democrats laughed at House Republican Freedom Caucus leader Marjorie Taylor Greene during regular proceedings. It happened when a top Republican was making floor remarks about the debt ceiling. Democrats heckled him, even called him a liar. Then this.
The members are reminded to abide by decorum of the House.
Some Democrats even started shouting from their seats. This comes after Greene yelled liar at President Biden's State of the Union address earlier this year. Americans may soon start turning to artificial intelligence to treat anxiety and depression. The National Institute of Mental Health funded a pilot study that discovered Lumen, an AI voice-based virtual coach, helped improve depression and anxiety symptoms. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, final hour here on a Friday as we get ready to kick off Memorial Day weekend. Did you know wearing a red poppy on Memorial Day began with a World War I poem? In the spring of 1915, bright red flowers began poking through the battle-ravaged land across northern France and Flanders, northern Belgium. Canadian Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, who served as a brigade surgeon for an Allied artillery unit, spotted a cluster of the poppies shortly after serving as a brigade surgeon during the bloody Second Battle of Brest. The sight of the bright red flowers against the dreary backdrop of war inspired him to pen the poem entitled In Flanders Field, in which he gives voice to the soldiers who had been killed in battle and lay buried beneath the poppy-covered grounds. Later that year, a Georgia teacher and volunteer war worker named Moina Michelle read the poem in Ladies' Home Journal and wrote her own poem, We Shall Keep the Faith, to begin a campaign to make the poppy a symbol of tribute to all who died in war. The poppy remains a symbol of remembrance to this day, they tell us. Okay, back to the phones we go here and see what's going on. Monkey Gouger is back on board. Is that correct?
Hey, I wanted to talk a little bit about. I heard Gilligan talking about the Bataan Death March. Steve, I had 8 great uncles and 2 granddaddies and cousins that served in World War II. And this one great uncle of mine, me and him were pretty close. He gave me my first beer, and he was a truck driver. He drove to the city of Fort Worth for like 30 years to pick up delivery man. And he was over there in the Battle of the Bulge. And if you study the Battle of the Bulge, when they got overrun, they had brought in the 101st Airborne that come directly out of the States to defend that flank. And they was a bunch of rookies, and they got overrun, and they captured them. And my uncle, he'd tell me things, you know, and he said they hadn't eaten like in 2 or 3 days. You know, they were cut off, and you know they hadn't had a meal in 3 days when the Germans had caught them, and they marched them. You know, I forget how many miles they marched those boys. Pretty good little ways. He said it was about the 4th or 5th day they were marching down through there. It said old farmer come down through there and had a bunch of rutabagas on the back of that wagon, and one of them fell off, and he jumped down there and grabbed that rutabaga and went to eat it. They beat him to death, about to death, and hit him in the head with the rifle butt and everything else, you know. It said they finally got him over there to the camp, or prison camp they were going to put him in. And he said the way they were treated in there was just unmerciful. He said, you know, the Red Cross, they had been sending care packages over there to the POWs, and said they'd get out there and bring them all out. You know, they think they was going to get something, and the Germans would get everything they wanted out of them, and, you know, probably leave a little bit of food, you know. And I mean, this guy, he said when he went in the Army, he weighed probably 190 pounds, and when they liberated him, he weighed 90 pounds.
Wow.
And I mean, he said they was on the verge eating dirt when they got liberated. He said they 6 or 7 months over there before they finally got there and liberated them. And he said on the cruise ship, they put them on the big cruise ship and brought them back to the States, and said there was Hollywood actors on there that was in the galley cooking, and said Victor Borger was on there. And said, you know, he was cooking breakfast one morning. Said, what you boys want now? You mind you, these guys hadn't eaten solid food in probably 7 months. They said, we want pancakes. I said all of them fell in there on them pancakes. About an hour later, the owl about died from eating whole food. And but I mean, that was when America was everybody was in. Hollywood was in the deal. I mean, everybody was pulling together to win this war. And I mean, I could. The nights, you know, he would talk about it and the things that went on. It's just heartbreaking to see what's going on in this country right now. And, you know, to think about this president, you know, what he's done, and he ain't done nothing to try to save us from anything but just give this country away. But the other story I had, this is one where after the war, my Uncle Charles, they had come back to Long Beach and bust them up to L.A. to stay before they sent them back home. And he said they was up there, said, boy, they was having them a heyday, boy, you know. Said there was a bunch of them, and said, you know, a group of them would get together. And finally they got up on this street corner, and they had a big old, I reckon, where the cops stand up and direct the traffic back in the days. And said the old guy holler, anybody here from Texas? And everybody, yeah, you know, they'd all get together. He said he was pretty well lit. And he said, well, I'm going to get up there and try my luck. So he got up there, and he says, is anybody here from Pinewood, South Carolina? And this old guy in the back said, yeah, Charles, I'm here. It was James Richardson, which was a cousin of ours. They got there and talked, you know. I mean, there was a lot of, you know, heartache, but yes, there was some good come out of it. But I just, you know, Steve, when you look over the years, had a bunch of camp people served in Vietnam, and in Vietnam, the American forces didn't lose that war. It was the politicians lost that war for us. And any major battle that they went head to head of us, we tore their ass out the frame. The Tet Offensive, I mean, there's no way America can win the war. And, you know, they proved them wrong. And it's like, you know, this 20-year war we just went through, that coward president of ours decided just to pull the plug. Them boys, they got a dog, and women have nothing to be ashamed of. The only thing, Steve, that gets me out this whole deal is they fought, and they fought for what they thought was right. They signed on the dotted line to go over there and fight to protect this country. And this coward president of ours throwed it all down the drain. And that's another case where, you know, the politicians got involved in it, and look what happened. So our American fighting force has nothing to be ashamed of. Y'all done your job, and you done it well.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
But the other thing I want to bring up real fast, they keep talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene getting laughed at. But did you see that clip where AOC and that other Democrat jumped on her out there on the courthouse steps? And she wore their ass out. I think it was Monday afternoon is when I seen it. And AOC and this other Democratic congressman cornered her, and he was shaking her hand all of the business. She just, that woman was a fireball. And I mean, I'm glad we got people like her up there that calls them out for who they are. We need more of them like her. But I tell you, you get to look at what you were talking about a while ago with the 50-cell satellite phone being handed out, stuff like this. And Steve, what people don't realize is they ain't got to bomb us. All they got to do is send off one of them impulse bombs.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah.
And everything in this country comes to a screeching halt. Every tractor trailer that's got a computer in it, it will be enabled. All your cars, all your vehicles that's electronically controlled become useless. All communications, and Steve, something that we laugh about a lot, and we talk about it. You know how we used to sit there, we call the show and stop at a payphone. How many payphones have you seen in this country lately?
None.
None. So all communication will be null and void. I mean, it's over with unless you got some kind of satellite system to work off of. It's kind of scary, man. I mean, it really is. And I really didn't think about it. You read that article a while ago, and I got to thinking. I said, people don't realize that if they don't got to bomb us physically. All they got to do is send out that impulse bomb, and we're dead in the water anyway. And this all goes back, and we talked about this 2 or 3 years ago when old Bill Gates said there was too much technology that we needed to back off a little bit and regroup and try to make better use of what we've got at our hands now. But it's scary when you think about it. So anyway,
that's exactly what I was thinking when that's why I put those two stories together about Microsoft saying that the Chinese have got into numerous critical infrastructure systems. I guess they're still trying to figure out what they've actually got.
Well, let me give you a prime example of that. Today, down there where we checked in at, everything, everybody's got this. You got to log in and check in. Well, nobody could log in. We couldn't get in on the system. It was down. So, we went up there to the guard shack. Hey, this thing's not functioning. He looked at us. He said, y'all don't know what you're doing. I said, well, here's the phone. You log it in. You try to fix it. And he worked on it. He called up there to the receiving desk and said, hey, we got boys out here that can't get on the system. Yeah. It's down for a little while, so just go ahead and route them in and get them back in. We'll get them unloaded, But I mean, how do we know that their system wasn't hacked?
Right.
Or what's going on? I tell you, man, it's something to ponder over. It really is. And so anyway, thank you for taking me tonight. That's my last call for the night. I will let you rest the rest of the night, and I'll talk to you later, hero.
Again, safe travels back to the Marina Del Rey on what is undoubtedly going to be a very, very busy travel day.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, CDL Life this past day shared an interesting story where a four-legged feline hitched a ride on an Amazon truck. And actually made the evening news on one of the ABC affiliates there in Minnesota.
Every day, thousands of packages go through the Amazon Eagan facility. Psst, psst, psst. Tuesday morning, one special package, covered in fur and on four legs, made a surprise appearance.
I first assumed that it was maybe a bring a cat to work day or something, but lo and behold, that cat actually came on one of our inbound trailers.
Station manager David Aldall says a worker unloading a trailer found this adorable kitty.
Midway through the trailer, huddled between two pallets, was this poor little cat who had obviously hitched a ride.
The trailer came from Brooklyn Park. Workers quickly brought the cat into the office.
It was very, very friendly, was purring, and seemed to be happy to have been found. We set up a litter box, got some food and water for the cat.
They use kitty litter here at Amazon to clean up spills, and sometimes they get ripped bags of cat food, so they had supplies on hand to take care of Noah. They found out the cat's name was Noah because of Jody.
And they said they had a stowaway on one of their trucks. So
Amazon called Eagan Police Animal Control Officer Jody Opstead.
Click this for searching.
Who found that Noah had a microchip.
It's probably the #1 thing you can do for the safety of your pet. If their collars come off, or if they end up like this, where they end up somewhere very far away, we still can scan them and get them right back to their owners.
It's because of that microchip she reunited Noah with his owner, who lives in Columbia Heights. They had no idea how he got into the Amazon truck.
When I told her where he was, she was a little bit shocked.
Workers at Amazon were just as shocked.
We're very happy that it made its way home. We scan thousands of packages every day. We deliver tons of packages to customers, but this is the first time that we've ever had to scan a cat.
Noah may have had an ark, but this one travels in a trailer.
There you go. Noah found his way home, back to his own. Thanks. Had they not have had the chip, probably would have never been reunited with its owner. How about that? Somebody had a bad Wednesday, a massive fine issued to a trucking company for a very oversized load in Connecticut Wednesday morning. The Connecticut State Police Truck Squad noticed the rig on I-95 southbound on the 24th, believed it to be overweight. Once they pulled the semi-truck over, officers realized the truck driver did not possess a permit for the oversized load and escorted the truck to the southbound Fairfield rest area for an inspection. Officers then used portable scales to determine the rig's weight was 117,600 pounds. 37,600 pounds over the weight allowed without a permit. After other violations were discovered during the inspection, officers placed the tractor out of service and issued a $15,470 fine. Ouch. That was an expensive mistake. All right, Eagle. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to... Oh, man, hold on for a minute. Okay, yeah, I almost dropped the telephone. Okay, yeah, Steve, did you hear anything more about the race, what time it starts? After I talked to you, did you... I haven't had a chance to look and see what the Charlotte race starts.
Coca-Cola 600, that's the Charlotte race. It's Sunday at 6 p.m. is supposed to be start time. So, but I mean, there's rain in the forecast Sunday. It's not looking real good.
Yeah. That's why I was calling you back, because I thought I heard as soon as I hung the phone up with you, heard you talking about rain. You might end up canceling the race out. They can't run in the rain. They may have to cancel. It's already a late. Now I think they got lights. In Charlotte. I think they can run at night.
They can run at night. Absolutely. Yeah.
They can stay all night long if they have to. Or maybe they might have to post. Well, a lot of people don't have to work on Monday no way. So they, if they do have to postpone it until Monday, a lot of people are off from work. So that's a good thing. If they do, because I didn't. Did they say what the percentage of rain is? It's supposed to rain all day on Sunday?
We've been talking all week about a possible, a tropical system developing there in the south, and that's what this is all about. And, yeah, it looks like it's just going to rain. Saturday, Sunday, pretty much rain in the forecast all day. Even on Monday, there's still supposed to be some lingering showers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm glad you let me know that. I'm glad I didn't know that it was expecting rain on Sunday until you said something. That I told you I may already making plans to watch the race. I may have to find something else to do on Sunday. It looked like we'll see what happens as the days get closer, because I didn't know all that was going on.
Yeah, sound like the weather for the Indy 500 is going to be almost like perfect weather. I don't know if you. I love watching the Indy 500. Then flip on over to the Coca-Cola 600. Hey, we got to hit our news break here, but if you want to hang in there, we'll come back. And it's 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is feeling confident about an agreement to raise the debt ceiling.
I made it clear time and again the falling down on national debt is not an option. The American people deserve to know that the Social Security payments will be there. The Veterans Hospital will remain open.
Speaking from the White House Rose Garden, the president said talks between his administration and Speaker Kevin McCarthy's team have made progress. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he'd consider pardoning January 6 defendants and former President Trump if he's elected president. In an interview with the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, DeSantis said his administration would look at January 6 cases and aggressively issue pardons to those who were victims of weaponization or political targeting by the Department of Justice. The NBA Eastern Conference Finals tonight. The Celtics host the Miami Heat in Boston, Game 5. Miami leads the series 3-1. Dave Collins, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing, and paying your taxes, and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. I apologize. Let me get back to Eagle and finish up his conversation here. Hey, I did pull up the forecast specific for Charlotte over the weekend. I mean, it doesn't look good. It says Friday today, where things get underway this afternoon with the truck practice, the truck qualifying, Xfinity practice. It's like just a 20% chance of rain today. Saturday, high of 70. Breezy, periods of rain, like a 90% chance of rain. Sunday, forecast high 72. Cloudy with thunderstorms, 80% chance of rain. So I don't know.
Oh, so Yeah, so Monday don't sound too good either. If they have to postpone it from what you're saying on Monday, it's supposed to rain.
I think
this
Monday's more
might
like a 50% chance of scattered showers kind of hanging around. So I don't know. They might be able to get some racing in.
Yeah, they may have to hold this thing on Tuesday. I hope it don't have to go all the way out to Tuesday.
Right,
but yeah, we'll see what happens. Unfortunately, the rain is coming into the picture. Rain is coming in, and they can't drive in the rain. So, we'll see what happens. Like I said, I definitely, would like to see the race. Hopefully, Larson, I don't know. Like I said, they're racing at a different track this week. If they was racing at North Wilkesboro, Steve, I wouldn't even bother to watch it this week. the way he dominated last week, if he would put on that same performance Sunday, it wouldn't even be worth watching. So, because he just dominated the whole race. So that's one good thing. At least they're going to a different track this week, and we'll see how that turns out. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to ask you, talk a little bit more about the situation in Florida with the governor of Florida. I just hope that Steve, I hope that the way my luck has been going this year, Steve, is, I just hope that the governor of Florida doesn't, stop doing his job in Florida and allow people to come in, into the state of Florida and start redirecting his priorities and turn that into, ruin that state like so many other states in America have been ruined. But I don't think he's going to do that. But hopefully he keeps the same deal. You never know what people might do when a lot of pressure hits him. He's still young. So, like I said, that's the main thing I wanted to talk about, Steve, is this travel advisory. Like I talked to you last night. This is the most embarrassing thing, to telling people not to go to Florida, not to spend money, not to enjoy yourself at the beaches and Disneyland and other things. It's just appalling that they would do such a thing. That I'm gonna ask you this question. You and I both know what the answer is, Steve. If Florida had a Democratic governor, such as the loser they got in New York and in Chicago, in Illinois, do you think that the governor will issue a travel advisory not to go to Florida if a Democrat was running things?
Yeah, the answer is not no, but hell no.
Yep, it's hell no. They trying to ruin this guy, Steve. They don't like some of the rules and policies he's coming up with. So now they're trying to bankrupt the state, and they're not going to be able to affect the state. Like I say, people are still going to be traveling to Florida this weekend. I encourage everybody to go on down to Florida if you want to go to the beach and you want to have fun this weekend. Go on. There's no danger in Florida. It's just appalling that they would come up with such garbage about blacks and the gay community being on alert for such. It's just amazing. Not when you got Texas, Steve. Like I told you last night. Not when you got Texas. This is Texas, the place where I live at. This is the place that needs to have a travel advisory. God knows who's coming in right now with all the diseases they bringing in. We don't all these international terrorists that's gonna show up, and rapists, kids, you name it. Little girls being raped. They saying on their journey from these Honduras. One girl I heard that got raped so many times. Steve, I think you said those stories. They don't know how many times the girl got raped on a journey from Honduras to the U.S. It's just appalling what's going on right now. That's Texas is the place that needs to have a travel advisory, and hopefully the losers that are issuing these things will do the right thing and issue advisory for people to stay the hell out of Texas. For people to stay the hell out of Texas, because that's the place that you don't want to be right now, my man. So we'll see how it goes the next couple of weeks, Steve. They claim on the news that the influx of people coming in is slowing down. I don't know. I don't know what to believe. From what I'm hearing, they still shipping buses out loading people up on buses and shipping them out. I don't know if that's still going on or not. They try to keep things quiet ever since this Title 42 expired. So they don't want to allow cameras. A lot of people are blocking the cameras from going in and checking the deal out. So same situation before last year. So we'll never really know the truth because the Biden administration is trying to hide things. But I still believe that they're busting people throughout the United States. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks. But like I told you on the first time I called you, all the people out there, and especially the veterans, enjoy your Memorial Day and enjoy the car race if they have one. And you do the same, Steve. You have a good weekend, whatever you got planned too, brother. And I'll give you a call back on Monday night.
All right. Look forward to it. Thank you much, Eagle. And you have a great weekend there. Yeah, I shared a video out of El Paso this past morning. It's mind-boggling. A vehicle, they're driving through the city and they're filming the people that are sleeping on the sidewalks. And it's indescribable. We've seen the likes of tent cities and things, with homeless people in various cities around the country. But there are thousands and thousands of people. The sidewalks are literally just clogged with people, lying there, trying to rest on the streets. You got to check that video out. All right, a couple of other industry headlines here. I know we've kind of focused on the whole Memorial Day as we head into the weekend, but all right, things you may need to know. Love's Travel Stops is warning truckers of a potential scam occurring at some of its locations. According to a letter sent out to Love's customers, scammers are targeting fleets by trying to retrieve their electronic funds source code. Specifically, scammers are taking note of which trucks are being serviced at Love's. While the driver's waiting, someone calls the carrier claiming to be from Love's. The scammer will tell the carrier that the Shop Connect system is down and Love's can't process the invoice. From there, the scammer will ask the carrier for their EFS code so they can issue an EFS check for payment and close out the work order. Love's states they will never ask customers for the EFS code for that purpose. Love's will never ask you to provide your EFS code due to Shop Connect being down. We are able to process invoices when Shop Connect is down, which is less than 1% of the time anyway. Further, if Shop Connect is down, a work order cannot be closed outside of the Shop Connect system. Love's encourages customers to contact their sales representative for assistance anytime they have an issue with Shop Connect. The truck stop chain reminds customers to never disclose their EFS code to anyone other than their own drivers. In an email to its partners, Dell-based Trinity Logistics noted that even though Love's is the only truck stop to have reported an EFS scam, it is possible a similar scam is happening at other truck stops as well as maintenance shops. Scammers always looking for a way to make a buck, right? All right, we had a story here earlier this week, I believe it was. I think it was, memory serves, was it the state of Iowa, whichever state that had placed a ceiling, a cap on the amount of suffering damages and things of that nature. I think they capped it, was it $5 million for individuals involved in an accident with a trucking company. In the state of Illinois, they're going the opposite direction. Illinois juries could soon grant unlimited pain and suffering damages in wrongful death lawsuits. A bill allowing it passed both state legislative chambers. It has been sent to the governor for his signature. The bill amends the Wrongful Death Act to allow civil litigants to receive punitive pain and suffering damages. The bill also allows punitive damages for people who survive. Now, Todd Spencer says it's hard to imagine a more ill-advised piece of legislation that benefits no one other than the trial lawyers. Hopefully, the governor will see the harm this can do in the state and veto it, but not this guy. I wouldn't hold my breath. Pritzker. They've sent a call to action email to all of the Illinois members of OOID, encouraging them to advise the governor to veto this. This bill would allow what they refer to as nuclear verdicts in civil lawsuits and dramatically escalate the cost of truck insurance in the state of Illinois. We earlier this week touched on the Warner Enterprises accident, the $100 million verdict, which was actually upheld under appeal. $100 million. Now, some parties are protected. Amendments to the bill shield state or local governments and their employees acting in official capacities. Another clause blocks punitive damages in lawsuits involving healing art malpractice or legal malpractice. This bill was pre-filed back in December of last year, introduced in January. All right, so from the time the chief sponsor changed, it took a week to clear both chambers. It passed the House May 16th by a vote of 75-40. First reading in the Senate was also on the 16th of May. Senate passed the bill on the 18th, a vote of 37-19. House bill has 16 co-sponsors, all Democrats. In the Senate, there were 12 co-sponsors, all Democrats there. But unlimited damages. And we shall return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. Do we have Truck and Phil on board? I believe we do. Happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looking at 74 in Fort Wayne, 72 Sterling Heights today. Have a blessed Memorial Day as we remember those who gave all. Finish this day, and it's on to vacation. All right, enjoy that, Truck and Phil. Hey, only 213 days till Christmas. All right, what else there? Dipsy Driver, just wanted to thank you along with Hotshot Secret and Gold Eagle. For all the friends I've made through the overnight drive, I enjoy chatting and talking to them. What a great family of listeners you have on the best 5 hours of radio. Thank you, Steve. Don't change a thing, and enjoy your well-deserved weekend. Thank you very much. I'll give that a shot here. 5-7. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to do more on the Memorial Day weekend. There was a naval upper class officer and the submarine command. And instead of sitting back like a lot of people do against regulations, he went out with one of his boats. And the boat pressed in to attack, was successful, and tried to retreat. It was tracked down and depth charged, damaging the ballast tanks, causing the sub to hit bottom, lay on the bottom. It was at a depth where they were able to evacuate. Of course, every time you come to the surface, you were in the hands of the Japanese. And it got down to the finals to the captain and this high-ranking officer. And he relieved the captain of duty and sent them aloft. And he told the captain, there's too much information in my head. You know, he knew the operations, he knew the fuel, where submarines get their refuel, rearmament. He knew all this information. He did not know if he could hold out on the Japanese torture. So when he relieved that captain, he stayed in the boat and blew it up. Try to think if we've got military officers like General Miller that would do this today. I didn't mean to get political. And the other one was a young naval ensign flies off the deck of the carrier. And going out, he was with his squadron. They were going after an island that had nothing but a huge antenna on it that was the communication center for the Japanese fleet. And we've been pounding it. So these Japanese were really angry. I mean, they've been watching their fellow army men being blown apart. So, and that is a part of the story. But we pressed in the attack. It was a dive bomber, and they started diving down on it. And tracers coming up, one plane after other kept catching on fire and blowing up. The crew was jumping out, bailing out over the island. So this young lieutenant, his plane hit and smoking. He pulls up, drops his armament, and heads on out to sea, trying to fly away from the island as far as he could. And gain altitude where he could tell his crew, the two gunners, to bail out. And he called out to bail out. He jumps out. He comes out of the water. His crew is gone. He doesn't know where the plane. He doesn't know where the crew is. So he's in there and he's treading water, only to see the Japanese coming out of a patrol boat trying to come out and get him. And eventually the naval fighter planes come in and strafe. There's a picture of this young man, aviator, climbing up on board this submarine. And that naval aviator was George Bush, #1. And, this was a man that at the time the Democrats claimed was a coward, all this stuff, insulted him. But after he got elected president, he declassified, because, presidents can declassify classification. The declassification of what happened to those airmen. And I'm going to say there's 7 of them. And in that day, the 7th sailor, what he saw, the first day, these Japanese were extremely angry and wanted revenge. The first day, they made the sailor dig a hole, beheaded him. The second day, they butchered him because all they had was rice. They didn't have meat. This is on record. And eventually, they were down to actually dismembering each one ahead of him, and so the officers could eat. And all the way down to this final airman. This is what Memorial Day, what's the price that was paid. This is what Memorial Day is about.
Yeah.
After the war, they did hold these officers accountable, and they were executed, along with several of the upper armed, regular enlisted. But y'all have a great Memorial Day weekend. Stay safe. But yes, it pays to remember why we're here and why we still fight and why there's a reason to do what we have to do to keep what they gave us. And other than that, Steve, you have a great weekend, brother.
All right. Thank you so much there. Appreciate you sharing this morning. 5-7 out. Good morning, Kentucky Ken. Just hooking up, departing for Columbus, Ohio this Friday morning. All right. Kentucky Ken, you do the same. Have a great weekend. All the listening friends out there. I so much appreciate you spending some time with us as we roll into the Memorial Day weekend, remembering the reason. So we'll close it out there again. I'll be off Sunday night, Monday morning. We'll be back live here on Tuesday morning. Hope you'll join us. Let's close it out the way we brought it in this Friday.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but